Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is May 3rd, 2019, and we'll be doing a broadcast about an officer-involved shooting in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, where an Australian woman was killed. Joining me on the broadcast today will be Greg Fernandez Jr. via Skype, and he's from California, and I'd like to get his some various thoughts on his. He's joined me before on many other episodes and broadcasts. Welcome to the show, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Nice to be here.
So this case here happened right in my backyard, but for you, it's you're out in California, and the first thing I'd like to know about this case is what kind of media attention nationally has it drawn, and how has it been perceived, a case like this, out in your neck of the woods? The reason we're doing the show today also is the settlement from the civil case was just announced today, so I'm sure that's been all over your news out there as well, but let's start off with that. What's the perception or the reception like about this case on a national level?
It's like a media blackout. I'm not seeing a lot of people talking about it. I see local stuff. Of course, every major company has picked this up, but as far as over here in California, I don't know anybody that's talking about it except us, except me and maybe you and a couple other people. But so I was kind of shocked by that. Especially because we're talking about, it's the subject of murder, not only murder of a woman by a cop, of an unarmed woman. It just gets deep. So I was shocked that this hasn't been a bigger story, at least out here, with all this women's rights stuff going on in California. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's pretty big here, but I think when it first went down, the angle was, and even today, reading some of the comments on some of these articles, the race baiting, I think, is included. You get the man versus the female. You get the Somali Muslim killing a white Australian unarmed woman, and it's a officer-involved shooting. It's the woman dies. She's unarmed. You've got a whole potpourri of things to go after for these people that are wanting to debate things and escalate things. But if you bring it down to the raw, bare bones, what we have here, regardless of the skin color, religion, or race, you've got an officer, an actual police officer, shooting a woman who's unarmed while he's sitting in a police car, and shooting across his driver of the car because he's in the passenger seat, shooting, striking, and killing this woman, and all the while neither of them had their badge video camcorders or their body cams even turned on. So we had this whole thing leading up to this case, and it took place back in 2017. This is July of 2017 that this took place outside of Minneapolis, and it came on the heels of a couple other large nationwide officer-involved shootings, and also officer-involved shootings here in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. So that's, I think, why it grabbed further attention here, that it really spiked. And also in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, we have a high, large immigration rate, Somali rate of immigration. So that also took a spin because Officer Mohammed Noor, is of a Somali background. And so it brings in all these other scenarios that come into play, and it really gets what I think, just looking at it, my own opinion is people sidetracked on going through the wrong issues, going down the wrong path, fighting the wrong fires, and fighting the distraction of
they're trying to make it all about race. Right, it's all
Correct.
just a racist thing, or they're not just focused on a cop shot an unarmed person. Even all these people who are always talking about cops doing all of these bad things, here you have a clear case and you have justice. We finally get a case that has justice, and I haven't seen that in a long time. And to be honest, I was shocked. I was happily shocked. But I was shocked that we got just some type of justice in this case.
I was when the announcement came, and I'll bring up the page here on the actual criminal case. That was April 30th, so just last week. And like I said earlier, this shooting took place in July of 2017, and the reason it took so long is that Officer Noor, who did the shooting, did not speak did not give an interview. He basically lawyered up, did not talk to his bosses, his superiors, anyone in the law enforcement in his department, and didn't talk to anybody. And so no one even got answers from the very beginning. So he kind of went into seclusion essentially, but he was also placed on administrative leave and then kept receiving a paycheck. And so once they did this initiation, then this is the kind of thing that really gets people aggravated, is things like that.
You just said that he didn't talk. Did his bosses talk? Was any of the other cops? Was anybody else talking? Was everybody else cooperative except for this guy?
Well, I think they were cooperative, but no one knew what happened except for Noor, the shooter, who was in the passenger side, and the officer Harity, who was the driver, who was a white officer, also only been on the force a couple of years. So between the two of them, I think they had 4 years of combined service. Noor was a rookie cop, I believe, in his first year, maybe even his second, and Harity was in his second or third year himself. So both were very young. So no one knew the story, and the frustration with this from the general public, like myself, is that we never got the truth of what happened. And so all we heard then is that he was going to lawyer up, and this investigation was going to take weeks and months and everything else to get it all solved. But yet, as the public, like for you and I out there, we're thinking what investigation needs to take place. What exactly forensics needs to take place? We know that he shot the gun. It was his service pistol. The bullet that killed her was his bullet. The casing that was there was his. We don't need fingerprints. We don't need forensics. We don't need analysis. We don't need an investigation. He did the shooting. She subsequently died. She was unarmed. What else is there to investigate? What could possibly have taken this long? So then we get into the bystanders, who was there and everything else. There only was one person, a young boy riding his bicycle through at that time, and then saw what happened and stopped his bike and started recording with his video. Now later in the testimony it shows that he did admit to smoking marijuana that night, and he had 4 shots of whiskey, and he was underage. So he really, that's why he didn't want to talk, because we were like, why wouldn't this person just come forward and say what happened? What's the big secret? Well, he was underage, drinking. Whether his story is credible or not, it didn't matter, but he was filming something, and no one else was there. And so finally they get this wrapped up. They bring the charges against the officer, which I'm not sure. That's very rare. I don't know if that was the only time ever. No, that's rare, but it has happened before with his charges. But that the case where the jury came back and found him guilty was the first time ever in the state of Minnesota. So all this is very new. And then at the time he was charged, then the Minneapolis Police Department then fired Officer Noor at the time he was charged. But up until that time, he was being paid and was on administrative leave.
Wow.
But never spoke. And the first time he spoke anything was in the jury, and he decided to take his own stand in his own defense and talking to the jurors. But this was a very strange story from the very, very beginning. And as you know, this was a woman 40 years old who was engaged to be married the following month, and simply made a 911 call because she heard what she perceived as a sexual assault or a possible rape going on in the alleyway behind her home. And so when she called, simply wanted to report it. And then they said squad cars are on their way, or a cruiser's on their way. 5 minutes went past. She called again because no one was there. No one showed up. And she wanted to ensure that someone was on their way. And by the time, then she said, yep, I see the lights. And then, so she called twice, and then she was on the phone, and she hung up and says they're there now. She was on the phone with her fiance, who was out of the country. And so she was on her phone and said that's all that's the last words she said to him, as the officers are here now. And then as she went out to the alleyway, the car wasn't there. It was down at the end by the street, which was 6 or 7 houses down, and she had to run down in her pajamas, and I believe she was barefoot, and then got the attention of the officers and was subsequently shot. So the unknowns here are, was there a sexual assault or was there a rape? Whatever happened to that person, That's the sad thing in this entire case. If there was a victim that night that wasn't Justine Damon, who was this victim? The testimony shows on her 911 calls that she heard someone, a woman, a female, either yelling or screaming or saying very loud the words "no, no, no." And so some thought, well, maybe it was just a couple having sex. I don't think you'd be hearing the word "no" yelled out and screamed that loudly in an alleyway. So I believe
maybe they were watching a sports game or something.
And it was loud enough that it warned her to call police. And so I believe that she was fair in her assumption, and she called in good faith. And so we don't know, and no one ever came forward as far as who that victim was or what was actually going on there. And that's the sad thing in this entire fiasco for 2 years, is we never got to the root of the 911 call to begin with.
And that's never mentioned here either, right?
And they've never talked about it. No one's ever come forward. We don't know what happened, and
because there are other neighbors. Other neighbors would have heard.
Yes, and this is a tight knit. The houses are pretty close together. Other people would have potentially heard this. This was in July here in Minnesota, so your windows would be open. Your windows would be open at night on a hot night like that in July. So whatever was going on, I'm sure others heard. I don't believe we have confirmation from the Minneapolis Police Department from 911 dispatch that if any others had called for this exact same reason. I think this was the only call. And then dispatch said, yep, we've got a unit, one police car going out there with 2 officers in the car, and they were told to go down that alleyway and check it out. And so when they turned down the alleyway, they went down, and I think they hit their lights, their headlights and their squad car lights, I think, were off. And so they used probably just that floodlight out in the front to look for something or somebody or, whatever was going on. But I don't, and it doesn't mention this either, but it does, I would expect, under my opinion, is that they never stopped. They rolled down that intersection very slowly, down that alleyway, and I believe they kept going. They didn't stop at the house of Justine where the caller called from. They didn't stop to ask questions. They didn't stop and get out and look around. I think they just slowly coasted down that alleyway, because Justine got out, and like I said, she was unarmed, in her pajamas that night, and barefoot. She came out into the alleyway, and I believe it was that time that she noticed all she saw was taillights, as the car was 5 or 6 houses down, and she had to chase down and catch up with it to get their attention. And so this was a long stretch, and I'll show you that. I'll show the site here as well. From where she placed the 911 call, we're talking 6, 7 houses down. She would have been either jogging or out of breath or possibly running just to catch up to the squad car. And where she caught up with the squad car, it was parked at the intersection, ready, I guess, to turn off onto the street. And I don't know if they had completed their investigation or if they were going to make a loop around and come back. But this is quite a distance away, and that's when they said that they heard a slap or something, where they think that maybe she slapped the car to alert them, to say, hey, I'm here, what's the deal? What'd you find? What are you doing? And so then he immediately, instinctively had his weapon out and shot her. And so we got multiple things here that I'd like to get some of your insights on here, Greg. I know that typically the person driving the squad car is just driving down, maybe handling that light, that floodlight. But would it be common for the other officer in the car to have his gun out, unholstered, maybe sitting on his lap, maybe holding it? Would he be in some kind of fear for his life or any kind of situation like that?
I would say if he was in fear for his life, he would have had his hand on that trigger. To have it, you either have it out in your hand or you don't, or you don't. But this doesn't make sense to have it on your lap. That's just the weirdest thing to me. I don't understand that.
And I don't know why the weapons would be out. They're just driving down. They were not responding to a murder. They were not responding to a gang fight. They were not responding to a drug deal gone bad. They're responding to what I would call pretty much just a domestic. And so they might be looking for someone down that alleyway, looking out the window with the windows rolled down, and may have been potentially startled. But you would think at that point they would have their either their mace or their pepper spray or something else or their taser in their hand, and if they were feeling like they were startled. But I don't understand the use of the weapon. The weapon for a police officer, it's under, I've got family, friends, and relatives in law enforcement, and really that's your last resort to actually use your service weapon. That's if your life's in danger or someone else's life is in danger is the only time that weapon should even be out. Much less, I don't know why it was even unholstered. But he had it out.
Have you asked any family, friends, or anything like that? What, like, say, is that common to have your gun out on your lap? I'd be curious to hear what
no one
they
that
said.
I've talked to said it was ever common to have it out on your lap or even to have it out. But if you're startled, the common answer is you may think you're going to go to option A, B, or C in a case, but in a split second you draw whatever's comes to you quickest, and sometimes that's that service weapon. I have heard that they do not think, okay, I'm going to get the mace out, and then if it escalates, then I'll get the taser, and then I'll go to the pepper spray, and then if all else fails, I'm going to go to the baton, and then I'm going to pull out that service weapon. So
Right.
in the instinct, they'll grab whatever's there or whatever's on their mind, but that should only be used, in my mind, after watching all of these cases, if your life's in danger is when you were able to pull that out. Now, the other thing in this case, Greg, is they were wearing body cam cameras, surveillance cameras on their body that were off, and they're supposed to leave them off, and they're supposed to activate into recording mode. I believe the rules for Minneapolis police is if they're come upon a scene or if they're about to engage something or pull someone over or make an arrest, when they're knowingly going to be doing something that could be that should be videotaped, they push the button and activate that video camera. And the official rule is, I believe it's official, but it's also very loose, is that if your weapon is ever unholstered for any reason, that camera should be turned on. And so Officer Noor had his weapon unholstered, and I believe, I don't agree that he should have had it even out, but if he did have it out, he should be hitting the record button on that body cam, and he did not do that. So
Great point.
we've got a couple things that Officer Noor did that wasn't in compliance, I think, and some things that was not standard operating procedure, and we can chalk it up and explain it away that he was young, he was a rookie, but I would think a couple of those things right there were very common. I don't want to say common sense, but it's questionable why he did any of these actions that he took. Now, what we heard later is we never heard that Officer Harity, that one driving, had his weapon out. He never seemed to be scared. He never seemed to be frightened, and he never seemed to be considered that his life was in danger. But then we get the testimony later, which was a couple days later, that now say that, he did have his gun out, or he did have his hand on his holster, or he did have trouble unholstering his weapon. And so we get three different kind of soft stories there in this jury trial from Officer Noor and Officer Harity that leads one to suspect that maybe he did have his gun out or trying to reach for it, or if that wasn't the case, these two did have their stories lined up very conveniently to make it more reasonable for Noor to have his weapon out. And I think that's the other area of concern in a case like this is everyone's heard of the thin blue line, law enforcement, the brotherhood of law enforcement that will do what they can to support and back up their fellow brethren, law enforcement, even if it means doing something illegal or committing a crime itself. They will do what they can to back up and to show support. So I don't believe
like Shannon Barnett.
So we had two cases with this. Now Harity seems to be just an innocent driver driving down, handling this floodlight, and now we get later in testimony that he was also trying to fiddling around with his holster, trying to get his gun undone. And so that means now that both of them had fear or suspected fear of their life, that they had a need to use deadly force. The other thing is there was Officer Noor said that he was startled at the beginning, and that's why he had it out, because he thought he heard a gunshot or something else. Now, the first couple of days that went by in the news here in Minnesota, neighbors thought they heard fireworks, and they thought someone was lighting off fireworks that time of the year in middle of July. That's probably what startled him, and that's probably what it was that got him startled, and I think he wanted to use that as the excuse after he, did what he did in shooting the woman, saying later that, hey, I was startled. I was thinking we're going to be ambushed. I was thinking that it was a call and something else was going to happen, and our lives were in danger. And so this comes to play, this goofy fireworks story, which gets even worse yet. 3 days later, Greg, we hear in the news for the very first time that both officers believe that the squad car was hit, slapped, punched, or something that made a large, startling noise that got them both freaked out. And so the testimony of the trial, just from this last week, the police chief said, I never heard anything about anyone slapping the car at all, and it was 3 days later. And so wouldn't you say that right away at the scene, say, you know what, we got nervous, we got scared, we reacted improperly because someone slapped the car. Now, we do know that Justine Damon, Justine Reischek, I think would have been her other name, she was traveling down that alleyway, either in a jog or a walk, a quick walk, walking fast, or maybe even running. And to get the officer's attention, maybe she did slap that squad car. Maybe she did slap that back of that SUV police car to get their attention. Now, that could very well be true, but it also seems like that was a contrived statement to lend to additional belief for the public, to say that, you know what, Officer Noor did have it was reasonable that he pulled his weapon. It was reasonable that he shot. Now, what they did in the investigation, they took fingerprints of that entire squad car. Handprints, palm prints, fingerprints. They also had Justine Damon's fingerprints, palm prints, handprints. And there was over 100 fingerprints on that squad car, none of which were Justine Damon's. So when that piece of that issue hit the jury trial, I was talking to some other friends. They said, that kind of hit home for me when I heard that. That more than likely they made up that story. The squad car was more than likely never slapped. It was never hit. It was never pounded on, and they were never startled. So now it seems, allegedly, that they blamed her for startling them, made themselves the victims, and said, hey, we just reacted responsibly to a threat that we deemed this person as a threat because she slapped that squad car so hard that we decided to fire the weapon. So that's not true. It probably wasn't even fireworks. It was probably something that he was saying.
They could tell the difference. They could tell the difference between fireworks and somebody slapping the car.
So that's the odd thing, and I think that's how we got the unanimous decision from the jury to convict on the two charges. Now, the charges for those new to the case is he was charged with second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and third-degree was a second-degree manslaughter. 3 charges were brought against him, and the jury came back and charged him with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter, and they did not find enough to evidence on that second-degree murder. But still, that's 2 charges out of those 3, and like I said earlier in the broadcast, that's the first time ever a Minnesota active law enforcement police officer was charged with murder while he was on duty. So this is huge. This is big news that this is even going to happen, because that's going to put him away now in prison, 9 to 15 years, 7 to 13 years, something in that range. And that's not going to be a very good environment for someone in law enforcement to be hanging out there with the general population or the gen pop in prison. And so what are your thoughts on that?
That's a long time. That's a long time to be put in prison. Because I was looking at that, and I was watching some Australian show, and they were talking about, what the minimum. They said the minimum is probably about 9 years, if he's good and all that stuff. And the maximum, I think you're right, it was like 13 to 15 years. They tried them separately, or they had three different charges just to make sure that 1 or 2 stuck, I guess. So I was really happy. I want to make sure that he at least serves 9 years at the very least, because I've seen this stuff happen where he's supposed to serve so much time and all of a sudden he gets off. Now with this other civil case, I highly doubt that, but I was shocked about that. But I think you're right. That is the big smoking gun. Is they say that she banged on their car, and that's not true. They had two police use of force people who looked into it, and both said that no, there's no fingerprint. Just like you said, no fingerprints, nothing there. You have stories changing, but then you have other cops. This other sergeant who turned her body camera off too, multiple times from what they say. I don't understand that. So I don't know.
Just to clarify for the viewers out there, and once again, please leave your comments below on this video. What happened was the officers in the car, like I said, had theirs not activated. But what they did after the shooting took place and they got out and were trying life-saving efforts and CPR on this poor woman, they turned their body cams on. So once again, all we see is the goodwill of these guys doing what they can to save this poor woman's life, and that's all captured on film, but they don't have the wherewithal to turn it on during the shooting. Now, you're right, the sergeant shows up, and I think it was the police sergeant on duty that night, and some other officers showed up, and they were asking what happened, what went on, and those officers, I think several of them, then activated their body cams, and then a few minutes later deactivated them, and in a couple of instances they turned them back on again. Now that police sergeant who showed up, I don't know, after showing up on a scene like that, if you'd have a need to have your body cams on in the first place, much less, like you said, turning them off and then on again. But when it was on, it did capture one of the other officers telling Officer Neuer, you better keep your mouth shut, don't mention this to anyone, and keep your head down. You stay quiet. And so that was captured. The other one says, I think it was captured, what the hell's going on here? What happened? Why is there a woman bleeding on the street? Did she have a weapon? No. So they were going back and forth with trying to figure out what happened. And so she died there on the street, and all she had in her hand, I think, was a cell phone that she had either maybe put in her pocket or maybe was in her hand. But some also say that maybe if she raised her cell phone or raised her hand with her cell phone in it, it could have glistened or it could have been shiny. The officers could have, perceived it as a threat, something in her hand, possibly a weapon. But others say no, that was in her opposite hand, or it was in her pants or in her pocket. So it wasn't even out to have that found as a threat. So whatever they did, he shot. Now, we also don't know why he shot over in front of the other officers, right over in front of his ear, in front of the officer's head.
That's the biggest one. The
whole thing is very, very bizarre as far as why any of this would even happen. But being from Australia, that whole, the news articles in Sydney and Melbourne were covering this case huge.
They've done a great job.
They've done a great job. And so, like I said, I went down there. I'd laid some flowers at the spot, and then I took my car and drove the next day with my camera, my cell phone on, down that alleyway, just to show the difference of that. And if anyone out there want to watch that, there's a video called, and I just called it the July 21st update on Justine Damon murder. And it's out there. I've given the location of where the site took place. And then I show the video footage of if anyone wants to see what it looked like at that alleyway, driving down that alleyway. Now, this is at night. But now this is also...
Are the houses close?
The houses are close to each other. It's at night, but it's also in a very good neighborhood in Minneapolis. There are some very run-down, poor neighborhoods, and there's some neighborhoods that are, have problems with prostitution, drugs, drug use, criminal activity. This neighborhood is not that type. This is more of an upscale neighborhood. So these two on the scene there, these two on patrol that rolled down this alleyway, I don't believe, out of the nature of their working in this precinct, would have been fearful of their lives as far as some of the other neighborhoods in Minneapolis. This is This is a very good area. So I'm going to leave that link on this video as well to
Yeah, people
show
should watch that.
what
People
that
should
looks
watch
like. And
that.
it's a 7-minute video that I did 2 years ago and posted it out there. But it shows the, once again, the site, the alleyway site. And then the other thing I wanted to mention in this video is after this happened, Facebook, created a friends and concerned neighbors, I should put it that way, created a Facebook page, an actual page called Justice for Justine Damon Reischek. And there's an image there that says, "Why did you shoot and kill our neighbor and friend?" And so they created a page. There is 1,700 people like this. 1,700 people
Wow.
are following this page. And there's very good information out there as well, because most people just wanted to know what happened. And with no one talking, the officers not talking, the attorneys not talking, nothing talking, no one still had options, at least for closure. This is the first week now that we've had closure in this case at any level of the extent of this entire thing. The trial went on for three weeks, I believe, and we got further information of for the most part, what happened, but no real answers. And so the jury came back, found him guilty on 2 of those 3 charges, and now just this day, today, is when we get the settlement of the civil court. And I'm showing an image now of I just did a screenshot today, Greg, of if I just did a Google search on Justine Damon civil case, and here's the articles that come up: the $20 million settlement that the city awarded to the family, and that was in all of the news today. And so it's a separate thing. We have the criminal case that was finished on April 30th, and now today's May 3rd. The civil case was
$20 million.
$20 million. And so for the listeners out there, the family sued with their attorneys. They sued the city and the law enforcement, the city, and Officer Noor and I think Officer Harity. I think they brought the defendants. There was 4. The city of Minneapolis, the police department, Officer Noor and Officer Harity combined were sued for $50 million.
Oh my goodness.
The lawsuit
Wow.
was 50, and this thing could have drug on for many weeks in and out of the court cases. And what surprised me today when I popped this up on the news is that they settled already for 20.
Wow.
And so it leads me to believe that the city wanted to get this off their back. The police department wanted to get this off their back. They came to an agreement for 20, and it sounds to me like they said, "Let's do it. Let's get this thing over with." And so that's still a record.
So where does that 20 come from? And so they're not. Oh no, it's a settlement, so nobody's gonna fight it. But where does that 20 million come from?
And here's what I think. Now, I'm not in the legal profession, and hopefully we can get answers on the YouTube here below this in the comment section. But I think that 20 million it's simply been awarded to the family, and what they're going to do is give 18 to the family, and the family is going to use 2 million of that to set up a what do you call it? Not a scholarship, but I don't know if it's going to be a park or something, a city, something in the city. A scholarship or something for the city in remembrance of her. Now, you said where the money comes from, and so the losers here of this case, which is the city and the police department and Officer Noor and Officer Harity, together have got to come up with that 20 million. And typically a police department will have an insurance policy for something like this, that they'll be able to get that money paid out. The city will have an insurance policy that will enable them to get money out there, for instance, like this. And then I think when it comes to those individuals named with Harity and Noor, I don't think that there is insurance for that case. And typically what you'll see from their portion that they owe, you'll see that in the form of garnished wages in the future for when they work. They will have to pay back that, what I call it as restitution, essentially. But they'll have to fund that. They may have insurance for something like that, or maybe the police union has it for the individuals to help. But they've got to come up with 20 million some way, shape, or form between all four.
Can they claim bankruptcy or anything like that, or no?
I think that we would see down the road.
Maybe they can just buy the whole city and just run the whole city. Sounds like.
So that's the case. All we heard today in the news was just the settlement, and now how they're actually going to make that payment work. That could take weeks or months to get all that together, and I don't know if they come up with a plan, a payment plan. Is there installments over a 3-year period, 5-year period, or is it all up front, just dumped in the form of a check? I don't know that, and hopefully we can get people to answer that. But that is a large amount. The previous record in the city of Minneapolis for a civil case that involved a law officer was $4.5 million.
Wow.
So this is 20. So that's why it's making the news here. First time ever an officer convicted by a jury while he was on duty, and a historical $20 million lawsuit. And this goes to show that, like you said, justice can happen. We can get justice for things like this, and it goes to show that someone ultimately has to pay the price for a mistake. I think it's fair to say that Officer Noor didn't do this on purpose. It wasn't premeditated. He didn't look at the color of her skin and then decided to shoot. I think it was a reactionary measure, and he just instinctively did it. But in the past, what we've seen is if these officers have gotten off, they've gotten off, and no one's had to pay the piper for situations like this. And now what we see here is Officer Noor paying the piper and being held accountable, and the city and the police department. So it's at least good to see something like that come out of a case like this. But like you said, it's 2 years. It's coming up on 2 years later. That did it need this whole thing? Did it need to take this long? Did we need to get all of the lawyers, attorneys involved to do this? My question is, could Officer Noor have come out the next day and said, "Look, I'd like to do a public press statement release to the family, press release saying I'm sorry, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to do it, but obviously I did it, and let's move forward with this." Did he have to remain silent? Did he have a need to get an attorney and shut this whole thing down? Was he hoping to get out of it? Was he hoping to weasel out of it somehow and not be charged at all? Who knows what goes on with thinking here, but
and it's probably not just him, because he was a very special case, right? So it's like the people who helped him become a cop, it's going to look bad on them too, right?
Yeah,
I know we've covered
he was
that
part
in
of
the
that
last show.
program too. Minneapolis, because of all the Somali nationalities and immigrants here in the city, there was some program that encouraged those with a Somali background to get into law enforcement and to hold positions throughout the city in different various forms of positions. One including they're trying to hire more Somali national background police officers, and I believe he was the very first one of that program to become an officer. So programs like that were meant to do good are meant to be a positive reflection in the city are the things that get hurt, because that thing was shut down, I think, right away. They're no longer going to even go forward with that program anymore. And whether, who knows? But things like that how you get one person can wreck it for all the rest. And this is a case just like that has the domino effect is huge on a case similar to this.
I had one question that I had here, and I know we don't have this answer, but one thing that I was thinking of that I just wrote down: did these cops ever pull their guns? I'd be curious. You said they were there for about 4 years, right? They've been on duty for about 4 years.
Both those officers together, I think it was 4 years. I think one was 2 or 3 and one was 1, so a total of 4 combined. So not a lot. And the officer that I talked to says typically when you get 6 years under your belt is when you start making your best, most informed decisions as far as spur of the moment. When you see these shootings and things like this, he said, look for the length of years on the service, and if it's less than 6, that's typically when you see these knee-jerk reaction kind of things. Go ahead.
Which is probably why it's good to have not too inexperienced officers.
Well, that's the other
but
question.
You can't always plan for that. Right?
Why were they paired up that way? That's the other question. And once again, this was a nicer neighborhood. The other thing I have here in my notes is that they really went down the avenue of the ambush in the notes. Listening to the jury testimony from both Harity and Noor, Officer Noor. They said, we've been trained to how to respond to an ambush, a potential ambush, where if someone's out to get us and call us on 911 to get us into the area on purpose, then to ambush and take us out. So they really pushed that angle too, thinking that maybe that will help soften the blow as far as did we use reasonable force? And I don't think the jury bought into that as well, because there was nothing there, nothing to indicate an ambush, nothing to indicate a potential ambush or a threat of an ambush at all. So that gets interesting.
And so we really don't know how often that these two cops had pulled out their guns. This might have been their first time that they've ever pulled out the gun.
Well, here's what we know for Noor. When this first thing went down, they did check his criminal past in this whole thing, and he didn't have a record or a clean record. But on 2 previous occasions after becoming a cop, he did pull his weapon out on, I think both cases were unarmed cases, where he pulled his weapon out and aimed it. One of the cases was pulled someone over for a traffic stop, and for whatever reason, his weapon came out and it was pointed at the suspect's head for a traffic stop, and that was Officer Noor. Same guy. And then for something else, he had his weapon unholstered another time. So I think this was his 3rd time in a year. And Officer Harity, I don't believe they pulled any of his history. I don't think it probably wasn't even warranted to pull the history of him, because he did essentially nothing wrong. But Noor he's had a background, not a criminal background, but he had aimed a service weapon at someone's head in the past.
And do we know how long these two cops have been working together? Do they always work the same shifts, or is it kind of random, everybody switches off?
I would guess that with partners like this, they typically work their same shifts and together.
Okay.
So in a case like this, they may have been on a 3-month rotation or a 5-month rotation, or they had worked, I think for a good part of that first year, these two were partners, is what it sounded like to me.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be good to get who else was Officer Noor's other partners in his 1 year with the department, and see what they thought of him. And perhaps it only was Harity, but Harity worked with them the longest. They had a pretty good rapport, it sounded like.
And speaking of him, nothing's going to happen to him. He was never charged with anything. The other cop in this, right?
Correct. Nothing charged. Now, we do know that these a couple.
He should be charged with a cover-up at this point, or lying.
That's where it gets goofy, because he's now connected to that slap on the squad car, thinking it was a potentially an ambush narrative that we know is probably not true, and then the narrative of he had his weapon either out or on the verge of getting it unholstered because he too feared his life was in danger, which is also not true. So he went along with a narrative here that not just one, not two, but 3 things that were kind of squirrely in his testimony. And so he would be, I'm sure, reprimanded or disciplined somehow. And he was named in that civil case as well. But I don't think he'll be terminated or fired or face any disciplinary actions himself. But as a younger guy, this probably escalated so fast, he probably tried to do what he could to help out his fellow officer, and so it would have been nicer, I think, for the entire scenario if he would have stepped forward and said, you know what, I'm going to separate myself from this from my partner and do a press conference or a letter to the office, to the department or something, and saying, you know what, here's what really happened. I'm not going to back this guy up. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking. But there was no threat, and here's what happened. She calmly approached the car, and before we knew it, my officer decided to shoot. You know, he could have thrown Officer Noor under the bus if he wanted to.
Sure.
If he wanted to be a truth advocate to get it out, because we could have the answer the very next day. If he would have released a statement saying, here's what happened, my partner's an idiot, I admit he made a bad decision, but I had nothing to do with it. but instead he went down the road of, compromising himself a little bit to say that both were kind of on the same wavelength. So I think that's what draws some of the suspicions and raises some of the eyebrows with the public when he starts making statements like that that aren't entirely true. And I think the jurors saw through that, and when they came to their conclusion, is what I think.
Yeah, makes sense.
So what else did you think about the case? Anything else that came to mind, the circumstances? Oh, the thing that I didn't mention that I want to make sure I get in here quick is the other strange, which may not be strange in law enforcement community. When the shooting like this took place, they found her identity and find out where it was that she lived and the home that she called from on that 911 call. And the very next day, and it may be 2 days later, that they went right away to get a search warrant to search her home. And people, the neighbors, family, and friends were very offended by saying, why would you need a search warrant to search our home? She's the victim. She did nothing wrong here. And so there was skepticism by saying, folks thinking, were they trying to find something on this search to say to implicate her? That was she involved in, something that they could somehow pin the blame back on her? So that did not sit well here in the Twin Cities area when word got out that they went and got a search warrant to go into her home. And now talking to a law enforcement friend of mine said that's actually very common to tie the loose ends because they don't want to miss anything. They want to cross their T's and dot their I's on this entire investigation. And so they kind of have to do that. But that seemed goofy, I guess.
And that's the same with doing a toxicology, right? Just to make sure she didn't. I mean, it would matter if she had drugs.
Yep, she didn't have anything in her system. But I think they did on the autopsy is they test to see if there's any drugs or alcohol in her system. And people are offended. Why would you do that? But sure enough, they also want to rule out the fact that maybe she was on something. Maybe she was drunk. Maybe she was acting disorderly. But the test came back, and that was not the case.
Yeah.
She taught. I think she was a yoga instructor. Something to that effect. Very healthy, in shape. Her and her husband did a lot of exercise work and things like that. Holistic kind of thing. And they were about to be married the very next month. And so, and then it was a blended family. I think she had a child from the first marriage, or maybe he had a child from the first marriage. But the two had didn't have any kids together, but their wedding was supposed to be the following month.
It's very sad. The whole thing is really sad. And he hasn't been sentenced yet. He's going to be sentenced on June 7th.
Correct.
So what does that mean?
And so that's the sentencing now portion of this. So we got the conviction, we've got the what he was convicted of, and now the judge now gets to go back and look at the framework and the benchmarks to see for a third degree murder and a second degree manslaughter charge, what the low end sentencing would be for that and what the high end sentencing would be for that. In that case like that, they will look into the person's criminal background to see if they should be at the higher end or lower end. And I don't believe Officer Noor had any kind of a criminal background, so he'll be at the low end of the sentencing guidelines, I think. And so they'd get a month to go through that to see what would be appropriate, and then the judge during that sentencing would do that. Now at the end of the trial, when they made the conviction, I think they do get the option of letting that person appear for jail the next morning on their own, or the next day, or later that afternoon, or they have the chance to put the cuffs on them right there with the bailiffs and haul them out. And so they made that decision also to say, you know what, let's put the cuffs on and take him out while he was still in his navy blue suit, and take him out directly to jail that very same day when they announced the verdict. Now, they didn't have to do that, but I think everything was under a microscope in this case, that they had to make sure everything was done correctly so you wouldn't get the blowback from the people not happy with the results. So they had to do everything, I think, correct, because we get this whole race thing, we get the whole religious thing. It was Muslim, the Somali, the Australian, the white versus the black. Who knows what was all going on. So they made the announcement, and then it was 45 minutes later, I think the county attorney Mike Freeman came on and had a press release also with the family to get everything squared away. I think they were fearing too a case like this. It could have been a potential Ferguson with the officer Darren Wilson and Michael Brown. Was there going to be protests? Was there going to be fires? Was there going to be chaos in the city that they had to prepare for once this verdict was read also? And so none of that happened. None of that
Thank
I've
God.
seen. Nothing like that went on at all. It seemed to be very orderly how this has gone down, in my opinion.
Well, that's great. That's how it should be. This is how these cases should be handled. I hope other people can look at a case like this and use this as a blueprint. That's what I hope. People will learn from this. This is not a black and white thing. This is not a racist thing. And I heard that too. It's like, oh well, if this was a white cop who shot a black woman, blah blah blah. And it's like, you know what? Let's not even look at that. Who cares about race? Take the race out of it. Just look at the circumstances. Because most of these people who are always talking about race, we shouldn't focus on race, all they do is focus on race. Here is a clear case that has nothing to do with that. And yeah, certain people are going to try to capitalize on that, the black versus white thing. But I'm so happy that there wasn't any riots, that we're not hearing a lot of stuff. And maybe it's just because I tune a lot of it out. But I'm very happy with the way that this case turned out. Obviously, nobody wants a person to have to die, but I do believe that justice was served, and I'm very happy with that. And I'm just so happy with all of the people that were involved to make that happen. All the family, all the friends, all the people who kept pressure to make sure that justice was served. That's what you do for your family. That's what you should do.
Correct, and I think you said it best. No one was going to win in this case,
Right?
Because everyone's already losing. The question is justice served and is justice carried out, and I think it was. And so that's the main point. I think the thrust of this entire case, and I was pleased the way that it turned out. But no one's going to win. There's no winners here. It's an ugly thing and it's an ugly situation, but it is what it is, and I'm just glad it worked out. Greg, do you have any other final thoughts here on the broadcast tonight?
No, I think that's it. We covered everything.
Yeah, it certainly was an interesting 2 years with all of this going down, but I thank you for your time tonight, Greg. This was a good overview to put this entire case, I think, to bed. And like I said, please, for the readers, the listeners here, leave your comments below in your questions and things like that. And if you want to, you can go ahead and watch that other video that I did, 7 minutes. It gives the cam version of the using a phone driving down that alleyway, and you can put things into perspective from the distance of where this took place. And like we said earlier, the was the real victim in this case, the sexual assault victim, or the rape victim, that we have strangely never heard anything about in the media, news, or police as far as what happened. That was the thing that instigated all of this, was Justine Damon doing the right thing and making an honest-to-goodness call in good faith about a neighbor in distress. All right, for Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Today is May 3rd, 2019. This is the episode of the officer-involved shooting with the Australian woman killed. Thanks for listening.
There are people like even Michael Jackson. He understood. Mm-hmm. He didn't like, and he spoke about it. He talked about the Illuminati and stuff like that, and everybody's going, what? And they were just calling him Wacko Jacko. No, and they tried to make him look crazy. And then I think that's where all the allegations of child molestation and all that stuff came from, is from them trying to silence him. And it's interesting, because the ancient actresses back in the day, Judy Garland, they used to pump them up on amphetamines and work them 15 to 20 hours a day. Any star that makes them money, they love them, and as long as they keep their mouth, they keep making money and running and doing what they want to do. But if they say something like Jackson did, and look what happened to him, dead at 50. Well, it was an accidental thing based on this doctrine. Maybe it was, or maybe it wasn't. No way to actually link it in a way. In some of those cases, it's just oops. And and there's an old handbook in the military and in certain circles. Make it look like an accident or suicide. Works every time. Or, worst case scenario, let them have a plane crash. That's an instant answer. That's what happened to Kennedy. Right. I mean, really, look, you'll see congressmen, some of them die in plane crashes. When they do that, weather and everything, and they have a plane crash, I go, that leads me to be suspicious. And in Texas here, this is Mason country. Texas.
Oh, really?
I didn't realize why do you think SpaceX and all the power of Texas? I realized that. Whoa, this is a connect. And where does George Bush live? Houston. Where was Kennedy killed? Dallas. See, it all came together to me. I say it's a good country, but there's a good part of evil here too. That under the guise of good is here. They all go to church. They all shake hands with you. But, you know, George Bush ate at restaurants right around here in Crawford, Texas. I'm not far from there, from his ranch and everything. But they go up to Kennebunkport in the summer. In the winter, they're down here. So this area is terribly, terribly corrupted.
You just moved. You moved right into all of it.
And the thing is, it's my home state, my hometown, my area. Now, if you get out around the farmers where I grew up, they don't like that stuff. They don't like people doing it. But yet there are Masons there. Some that don't even know the truth. You know, they're just part of a Masonic thing that they think is just a good brotherhood. You know, have you ever looked up the Odd Fellows? There's another group.
No, I
another group. There's
now, though.
ODDFELLOWS, Odd Fellows. That person at church wanted me to join the Odd Fellows. When I got there, I thought, no, I don't think I should be joining this. There's a lot of secret organizations that are not known. You don't hear anything about them. You never do. And there's several organizations that exist that are never talked about. And what do? What is their secret society there for? What is it? What is it? The fraternal orders that are out here, the Moose Lodge.
It's all these weird names. You just know it's all the same
Lodge,
thing.
And,
right.
And all of these are fraternal, and they may come under the auspices of maybe the Masons. I don't know. Of who?
That's such a weird name. I've never heard of this group.
And why do they call themselves the Odd Fellows? Why that name?
What makes them odd?
That seems like a detriment to joining. So you look at these things and you find out that, man, there's more to this world that you don't know, and each has their own agenda. Because you form an organization for a purpose. That's what an organization is formed for.
Mm-hmm.
Or a fraternal order, the Order of the Moose Lodge, the whatever it is. And, you know, there's business.
What is a Moose Lodge? And then what are Shriners? Are they kind of just...
Yeah, there they are. There's another organization, the Shriners. And they wear the cap with... And they're kind of like a Muslim almost kind of thing. It's kind of like that, kind of weird. They're really, I don't know much about them, but they're all through Texas. They have Shriners hospitals. They're a benevolent order of Shriners, kind of. And the Shriners, you know, the shrine. What shrine? Shriners, what? And I haven't studied them. That's a big one. That's a real big one. And that's international.
About the James Holmes case and how it is possible that there was a second shooter, probably was, maybe even two shooters, two people in the theater and a third patsy, which, you know, a lot of us have always thought was definitely possible. But if the facts start to prove that, then yeah, we're going to have to run with that even further, and instead of just saying it calmly, we're going to have to scream it and shout it out. So that's kind of where we're at now. And I've always wondered about that blood trail where you have the parking lot, and then you have James Holmes's car, you know, you have the exit here, and then there's a blood trail that goes all the way off into the distance, way past where they found the second gas mask. So, John Rappaport was saying that it's possible that maybe they had kidnapped some girl or had kidnapped some child or something. And so that led me to think, well, is there anybody missing? And the only report that I could find that there was somebody missing from the school, from the movie theater shooting, was a 27-year-old kid, 26-year-old kid. His father was telling the people at the school to find my son, find my son. So haven't seen anything else beyond that, but it does make you wonder, well, why was there that blood trail leading away from the crime scene, basically, where somebody could be picked up or where they could jump on the, there's a street called Sable Street right nearby. They could just jump on Sable and take off. So that's kind of what I, think happened, just based on the independent journalists and the great researchers out there, the ones who are really looking at what really happened, not just what have they told us, because we can look at just what they told us, but let's also look at the same facts that they're looking at without their commentary. So they say, well, AVPD happened. Okay, well, what is that based on? It's based on these certain facts. So, well, just give me those certain facts and I'll make my own judgment. I'll come to my own conclusion about it. So when you have a police chief, when the chief of this city says that there's nothing funny here, there was only one shooter within a couple hours, yeah, that raises some questions. You start to really wonder, well, how is he so sure? He's not even sure if this guy and his girlfriend broke up, or he's not sure if he even had a girlfriend. He's not sure about anything from the past, but he's sure about this, something that happened within 60 to 90 seconds. How can you be so sure when there is at least 3 to 4, at the very, very least, 3 to 4 people who were there in the theater that say that maybe it was possible that there was a accomplice, maybe there was a second shooter. And the lack of evidence that they've shown us to prove that it was only one shooter and only James Holmes is kind of baffling, and it does kind of make you wonder, well, maybe there is more to it. And if you're not, if it's that thing where you just think, well, that's a conspiracy theory, I'm not going to go there, I'm not going to touch that because I don't want to be labeled like that. That is their plan, that is their purpose, that's what they do. And you say, well, who's they? They is whoever you want it to be. The global government, the evil one, the ones who follow the devil, the Illuminati. We could go on and on. To everybody, it's something different probably, but whatever it is, there is a power. There is something out there, an evil power that is trying to control the whole world through a global government. And it is coming, whether it's here or not, we can talk about that, but it is going to come, it is going to happen, it is written, but it is also written that we're going to stand strong and that we're going to fight it, and that's where we need people like you. We need you people. We need as many people to just start looking at these things. Make sure you're not just trusting the media, and remember, when your friends and your family start trusting media, make sure that you try to present them an alternative view that maybe they haven't seen yet. And maybe they'll bring one to you that you haven't seen yet either. So it's just about sharing these things and not feeling scared, not feeling weird that, well, I'm not going to talk about a second shooter because maybe then I'm going to be labeled as this, I'm going to be labeled as that. I hate labels. I hate labels. I hate categories. I hate generalizing people. I hate any of that, The only reason I call myself a Christian is because it is in the Bible and it is written where the Christians were first called Christians. And I don't know if it was in a positive way or if it was in a negative way, but I know that the Bible is very clear about that. The Bible is also very clear about who rules this world. And it is not us, it is not humans. We do not rule this world. This world is beyond us, and this world is temporary. So in another sense, in a spiritual sense, this world is beneath us. This is just a temporary place where we are. We're not going to always be here. This is a test. And you are being tested right now, and you can pass that test, and chances are you already have. You can help others pass that test too. Love, peace. Those are two of the most biggest things, but those cannot come without truth. You will have no love, you will have no peace if you don't have truth. If you're not being truthful to yourself, and if you're not being truthful to others, there will be no truth. Therefore, it'll be hard to love. It'll be harder to find peace. It's still possible, because with God, anything is possible. With Christ, anything is possible. But it's not easy. So the easy route that we can take is to choose God, is to choose Jesus Christ. And that's what I hope that everybody here will do, and will see that that is what we really need to be doing. We have a journey that we're all on, obviously, and I just want to make sure that I'm able to follow through with my journey that I'm supposed to be on. The shooting is really, really weird, though, because the more you look at it, the more it does look like a Sirhan thing. And then, I don't know if it's his father or his grandfather, James's Holmes' father. It sounds like it's his father who is set to testify in some banking scandal or something. So I'm definitely looking more into that. We need to get that out. Yeah, but even just looking at just what the media has told us, the fact that their story changed. When the story was first reported, you have to remember, that's usually when you get the most real information, because it's very, very raw and it's just coming out. Some people might say, well, that's usually where you get the worst. But you look at September 11th, you look at the Oklahoma City bombing, you look at JFK, look at some of the early reports of the conspiracies, even UFOs, even, Area 51. Just look at some of the early reports of these things, and then see how the story changes and see why it changes. Okay, well, the chief said that first there was one. He didn't say that there was two shooters, but early reports said that police were looking for a second person, which I do believe the second person was the one who was probably wounded or something, and had that big blood path leading away from James Holmes' car. If you notice, there's no blood path leading to his car, and why would there be? Because he was the shooter. Nobody has said that he shot back, that anybody shot back. Why does the blood trail go off down Sable Street, heading north of the picture that we've all seen? You see where the Washington Post places the gas mask. Why would James Holmes go with the gas mask and then come back? Obviously, somebody was picked up somewhere. Police were there early, it seemed like, but then later on it seemed like they didn't show up till 4 minutes later, according to some news reports. But witnesses, when they were leaving Theater 9 and possibly the whole building, were saying that police were already there telling them to get down, telling them this and that. So you have to look at that too. But what I do know is that their story changed, and the news reported one thing when the story started, and they reported something else once it evolved, basically. So I don't know why it changed. More facts came out. Okay, well, where are those facts? What are the facts that led you to think, yeah, that there were two suspects and all of a sudden there was only one? Why? Based on what? What were the facts that led you to think that there were two? Was it the eyewitnesses who said that there were two? That this guy might have been working with someone? Was it the people who said, no, it was only one person? Well, we have the same thing on September 11th, where you have witnesses who were placed there. They were propped there, and they were put there to say that all the buildings fell because of structural, damage, and because it was so hot that they had to have just fallen. That's never happened, so we know that's not true, and that doesn't explain Building 7. So definitely, with something like this, and the timing of it, the fact that they're pushing for more gun regulations in the UN is also strange too. So you have to look at all of these things before you just say, oh, well, it was only James Holmes. It was just a nut. It was just this. We can't trust our media like that. And if you're watching this, you probably don't. But the ones who aren't there yet, the ones that you hear still talking about the official story and still saying that this guy was just some nut or this, what do they base that on? Yeah, I had to take a break from the whole James Holmes thing because there's still more that I have to add in there. I want to get into the Dave Chappelle thing, and I want to make that tie between how they want men to always dress up as women, and that the only time that the Joker ever had red hair was when he was dressed up as a woman. He was dressed up as a nurse. So I don't understand why they're calling him the Joker. I don't understand that because the Joker has green hair, and this guy didn't do anything like the Joker. It doesn't sound like he knows who the Joker was. It doesn't sound like he knows who he is. I mean, there were reports that he didn't know why he was even there. So, you know, just nothing really makes sense. And now they've sealed up all of the prosecutor's case. They pretty much sealed it up so that we can't see. So it gets weirder and weirder.
Manny, and this is Greg from We Are Change East Bay. And tonight on the news, we're going to be talking about several topics today, starting off with the Colorado shooter.
So Christian Bale went to go see the victims, some of the people that were shot. What do you think of that?
Hey, you know what? It shows, I guess, that he has a heart. You know, my
does that mean that
my
everyone that
condolences
didn't
go out
go
to the
see
families?
That,
No, I'm not going to get into that debate, but there, there's people talking smack about it.
About Christian Bale doing it?
Yeah, people going there, just, they're saying that celebrities are trying to exploit this. But,
seriously?
Those are the crazy people you see on the internet, and you're going to find trolls that just go out there and try to make noise and start screaming and piss everybody off.
In the words of Bill Clinton,
how dare you? How dare you question the official report, right? So, again, back to the shooting topic. There's a lot of speculation that it's not even James Holmes. There's also a lot of talk of multiple shooters,
do you
multiple
think it was
gas
James
masks. At this point, I can't say yes, I can't say no. I'll leave it at that.
Seriously?
Yeah,
you don't know?
My burden of truth is starting to lean more and more towards no, it's not him. But again, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions because we still haven't seen all the evidence behind the case. And with that said, we can't jump to conclusions and automatically say that he's guilty before he's even having the chance to be proven innocent.
That's
because
true.
In the republic that we live in, last time I checked, you're innocent until proven guilty. But the way things operate now, it seems as if you're guilty before proven innocent. So it kind of flipped, and habeas corpus is pretty much out the door.
It's true.
And, Miranda rights, due process, all that stuff. You talk about that, you must be some kind of terrorist with Al-Qaeda. What do you think, you had freedom? What do you think, this is the United States, land of the free, home of the brave? I'm sorry, but your right to an attorney has been revoked. You're now somebody's bitch in the tyrannical government. So, again, apologize for my French use of the word bitch, but that's pretty much what this country is turning into if we continue down this path. So, again, back to the shooting. This is Manny and Greg, Rear Change East Bay News. Just wanted to give you that little quick update, what we thought about it, give you some coverage.
I haven't even told you what I thought about it.
Well, yeah, there's still a few more things that we want to go over here.
And I'm not even sure how you feel about it yet either.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and finish off the show then with this last segment here.
I always, I'm always thinking, how do we get more younger people, to really think about this stuff? Because they're a big target. And I don't know what we're gonna do, but we have to do something because this movement and truth and everything is not gonna be passed down if we don't pass it down. So that's why I'm trying to write as many books as I can, trying to make as many songs as I can. I
a great opportunity now to make a couple videos for my songs. So just doing that, just getting anything out there to try to reach those younger people. When you talk about the Joker, and you talk about the fact that the Joker has green hair, and anybody to really think that this guy is so whacked out of his mind, he might not even know who the Joker is, you know. But they say that he knew about comic books. Well, if he knew about comic books, then he would know some of the simplest things. The Joker's hair is green.
Yeah, this guy has the hair of the Riddler. I mean, he's walking around like the Riddler.
Well, the only time that you see the Joker's hair being red is when he's dressed as a woman in one scene of one movie, and that's it. You know, but every other time that in the history of the Joker, you know, maybe a couple occasions that I can't recall as a comic book fan myself, but I've never seen the Joker with red hair. So I don't know where that connection is coming from.
Well, there is no connection. The connection was made up of completely actually fake
It must have been purposely
There was
put
no.
They had to have said, this is our story.
Well, let's just take a step back. Let's just look at what the story said. They said that he said that he was a Joker. No, that's completely false. He never said that. There is no statement made by the shooter saying that he was the Joker, that he intended to even look like the Joker. That statement was 100% retracted. So, I mean, you know, look it up on the net. There's countless news articles stating this. I mean, don't take my word for this. Source it. Look for it yourself. See if you can find the truth. Again, there's so many inconsistencies with this story. And again, just the way the witnesses reacted, the way the media handled this, the way the police force themselves are reacting. I mean, who do you trust? Trust your instinct. That's what you gotta start. That's where you gotta start.
You know, you're gonna love your government. I mean, are we really gonna take them seriously? Are we really thinking, well, they said, you know, this happened. You know, what are they showing us? Just like you were saying, some of the videos that I haven't seen are of them basically touting the story that the government wants us to know. You know, that fake story that says it was one shooter, and they're so clear and they're so sure. How can you be sure within less than 24 hours you are sure that there was no shooter?
No, but he said
this
truthfully.
Police chief is a joke.
Right, the witnesses, the chief, all the people involved. Again,
because you cannot sit here and tell real people something like that. And all of these people died and there were more wounded, and you're going to sit there and say that you know for a fact, you know there's no proof. There's at least 6 people that are saying that there might have been. Why haven't you investigated that? You
well, no, they have, but they just said that the witness testimony didn't really matter.
Before they investigated that, they had come to this conclusion. I don't.
Well,
I mean,
of course they came to the conclusion. They came to the prescribed conclusion that was given to them by the people involved. I mean, there's nefarious forces at work here. Once you look into the background of this, you see through time and time and again, police forces throughout the United States being manipulated by the CIA.
I mean,
this is not my opinion. This is not my opinion. This is actual, can be proven CIA operations going on within the United States, within our own soil, which is again in violation of the law and the Constitution. We're not supposed to be doing this on our own soil. Staging false flag attacks, Operation Gun Runners, 9/11s.
No, you know what?
Ruby Ridges, Waco, all this stuff.
But even more simpler, I should not have to feel I should not feel strange about walking into a movie theater and that something like this might happen, because our government staged it. Because people within our government, or people within the local structure, stage this thing. And that is the real thing. If this was just some lone nut or just some random thing, okay, you know, shit happens. But that's not what this was. And even worse, it was made to look like that. Right. This is our government. And if we're not going to even look there, if we're not going to even think that it might be them, well then, you know, I mean...
Well,
I mean, you know...
I mean, it's just again, key bono.
I have no words.
Key bono. Follow the money. Who benefits? To whose benefit? Who is the one that benefits here? The tyrannical government that's in power right now are the ones that benefit.
But
again,
shouldn't that always be on the table?
Right.
Shouldn't we always be looking at that?
Well, we've been conditioned and trained not to look at that. Again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but look, the number one suspect here is the power structure, is the people that are in power, are the ones who want to get the UN gun laws in place, the treaty passed. We've had our rights chipped away for the past 100 years with the formation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913. Even prior to that, they were taking our rights.
Probably since way before it was even, made, since that declaration was even formed. It was already a threat. It's a major threat. In a spiritual battle, it's a major threat. But even in a physical battle, I mean, we have to always be on guard of our rights. We are going to continually lose them. But we can get them back just by paying attention.
Well, it's paying attention and being informed and educated. Don't rely on the news. The person that relies solely on the newspapers is as stupid as the guy that doesn't even know what the hell's going on. I mean, you gotta look through the lines, see through the bullshit, keep your mind open, figure things out on your own. Don't let them tell you what the main conclusion is. That's up to you to decide. So again, I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse.
James Holmes is not this all-American kid that we've all been.
Do we even know that it's even him? I mean, there's speculation out there that the person arrested wasn't even James Holmes, and it's actually a double.
Well, I don't believe anybody's going to be able to put a gun in James Holmes' hands inside that theater. Maybe they will be, but I haven't seen any evidence to that, and I don't think there will be any.
Unless the people had x-ray vision and were able to see through a gas mask and positively identified the subject who was shooting up the theater.
Well, okay, after he ran out, then that would be the first where they would identify James Holmes as the actual shooter.
Well, no, he was found in the parking lot and he gave up.
And he gave up.
Yeah.
Then why was there that long blood trail leading?
That's up to you to decide. I'm not quite sure yet because the details on that are barely coming out. So the original account said that there were multiple shooters and they were looking for 2 suspects. And then it rapidly changed into there's only one person and
Did you notice
one suspect.
That he he dropped the weapon right next to the door, right? Then there's a big armored guard thing, a big shield that he has that he drops next to the theater.
Well, all that
and
equipment,
then there's the big blood trail.
All the equipment, all the equipment that you're talking about. I mean, one person carrying that in. He had he had a rifle, shotgun, 2 pistols, riot gear. What else? Tear gas canisters, smoke bombs, an arsenal of 6,000 rounds of ammunition, drums that were 100-round drums, and this guy was armed to the teeth. There's no way that one person can move that much material into a theater on his own. So there had to have been other people in there. And again, I go back to what the witnesses said early on into the case where they said that they seen a mysterious gentleman sitting in the front of the theater on a cell phone letting the alleged gunman in. So
don't they have cameras though? I mean, they have cameras there. They knew that this was a special theater.
Of course they had cameras. All modern theaters and modern cineplexes have cameras monitoring their sites.
Was there somebody monitoring those cameras?
Oh, of course there was. So that's the thing. What we need to look for now.
See?
Oh, that's what we need to find out. See, where we're at is a media blackout where, well, you're not going to hear about those cameras in the theater because you're not supposed to. The cameras inside the theater are now part of the investigation.
But
so
why can't
get out to the public.
Why is there blood that leads down Sable Street, far from where James Holmes's car was, if that is his car, his white car? Why does the blood lead that way, and yet he was found either in his car or next to his car? It seems like it was found in his car, but at the same time, there was a different cop that said that he had somebody with a gas mask that he was going down.
Well, yeah, that's what the witnesses said. Was that there's two gas masks.
Well, one of the cops said that he was on Sable, heading towards this guy with a gas.
My first instinct was total psyop. I mean, my gut told me that. I mean, this is coming on the dawn of the UN weapons ban treaty, where they're trying to ban all small arms throughout the entire planet, where private citizenship, ownership of guns would be pretty much outlawed, and you wouldn't even be able to own anything, not even a flintlock. They talk all this crap about the UN gun treaty's not going to take your guns. I think I'm going to have to call bullshit on that one and say, yeah, it does take away your guns. The small arms treaty is meant to take away all rifles, all pistols, all shotguns, everything. So read it for yourself. I'll just leave it at that. But again, it's very, very mysterious that this quote-unquote massacre happened, weeks before the signing of the treaty by our Lord and Führer, the Messiah, Obama.
Which he'll probably sign it, right?
Yeah, which he'll probably more than likely sign, and if he does, that's the line in the sand. I'm sorry to say.
Can he put it off until people vote?
He could. He could. I mean, right now it's the
this sounds like
political race
Congress
to the finish
might
line
race through Congress at the end of.
Well, to me, this is something that could destroy his career. If he votes this into law, or I'm sorry, if he signs this treaty into law, we're gonna have a lot of pissed off patriots out there, myself included, and things are not gonna look too good. So
I would
we'll see.
That treading on me.
Actually, that's treasonous. Selling out the country to the United Nations, who is not an elected body, who is not democratic whatsoever. We do not vote. We do not choose who the United Nations chairman is. Last time I checked, when I looked on my ballot, it just said the president of the United States.
What do they have to do with us? They have nothing to do with our Constitution. They have nothing to do with our country. There is no need for us to even be involved in anything.
Well, the only reason why we're involved is we have
global government, even in the most mainstream sense. The most
well, that is a global government. I mean, that's exactly what that is.
To recognize, if you don't believe that there's a global government, that is the global government. Okay,
right.
And that is just one very, very small little speck of what the global government truly is. But if you need proof in order to even think that there might be, it's right there. It's right in front of your face.
Nigga, just put it this way: if they have the courage, I guess you can say, the chutzpah, the bravado, the balls,
the idiocy
to traffic in human slaves.
It is sickness.
And to have food for oil programs where they traffic humans. And engage in the sex slave trade with DynCorp and other corporations like that. I mean, they'll do whatever. They'll do whatever they need to do in order to get their agenda through. But the thing is, they weren't expecting you. They weren't expecting you out there to expose the BS for what it is, because you know that you're being lied to, and the time is now to speak up. And when you're being lied to, when you just sit there and shut up and continue to take it, well, you're going to keep getting hit. So the more you bend over and take it and get hit, the longer the pain's going to be. So the moment you decide to wake up and understand what the hell's going on and actually take a stand and do something, that's when the world changes. It starts with you in the mirror, looking in the mirror, and taking that first step. So again, you asked me earlier about what I thought about the shooting and the whole Colorado incident. At this point, my final conclusion is that it's probably 90% staged. 10% chance that it was just a random act of violence.
Should we blame Batman? Should we blame Batman?
No, we shouldn't blame Batman. This has all the hallmarks.
Should we be suing Warner Brothers?
No, they have nothing to do with this. This is a complete MK Ultra CIA operation. Has nothing to do with Warner Brothers trying to, brainwash the masses. But they are useful idiots, and they do get used for things like that. Just like the X-Files when they threw in the 9/11 planes crashing into buildings. So it's at the right timing. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that kind of distracted me. Sorry, train of thought here. Well, anyways, again, this shooting has all the hallmarks of MK Ultra, the facial tics, the explanations on his face, him having the amnesia, his family ties in DARPA, the Presidio of Monterey, the Linguistics Institute, learning the Turkish language, the grandfather learning the Turkish language, all this stuff, the Lieber scandal. It's just, I mean, this conspiracy is insanity. Again, I'm not trying to go off in a conspiracy theory here. I'm trying to investigate conspiracy facts. So don't get the two twisted. They're two different things.
Well, there is no.
But again, this shooting is off the chains.
There's very little facts with this, but yet, you know, our media is playing it off like these are facts.
Well, the media is the judge, jury, and executioner.
Solved it, you know, they haven't solved anything. We're just learning new things. How can we have the same chief say that he is sure that there is only one shooter, but he is not sure that this person had a girlfriend that he broke up with? If he is not sure that this person, James Holmes, had a girlfriend that he recently broke up with, if they're still looking into it, why aren't they looking into a second gunman? Why aren't they looking into a second shooter? Why aren't they looking at the eyewitnesses that said that there was more than one person involved? Possibly, at least taking that it is possible, at least saying that it might be possible that there might have been a second person involved in this killing.
Well, I mean, the witnesses are saying what they're saying, and they're being ignored. So again, you have to look into the earliest accounts of what happened.
But that is his job. This chief has a responsibility to those people.
Well, if it's the chief's responsibility, it's your responsibility out there. You, the viewer, you, the watcher, to call him, get on the phone right now, and demand him to investigate that. If you see a crime that an officer is failing to investigate, you have the right to sue them.
I see that chief covering it up. Because from what it seems like from my point of view, is that chief is covering up the fact that it might be possible that there was a second shooter, that there was two shooters and possibly a third patsy named James Holmes. He's not even looking into these things. What type of chief is this? He's a freaking joke from my point of view. It is a joke.
Yeah,
and there's something really wrong.
Every single way the case is being handled is a joke. So again, I urge the viewers out there to look into these claims. You know, don't take my word for this. Don't take Ray's word. You know, I'm just talking.
I'm just some crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Talking on what I've seen. So, you know, the choice is theirs. So again, is there anything else you want to go over before we get closer to the end of the show here?
Well, I mean, we could go into a bunch of different things that don't make sense with this whole case, you know. But I think these things have been proven, and they're going to continue to be proven, and they're very, very simple things. So it's just about, you know, are you going to trust the same media that has lied to you over and over and over again? Because if you're going to keep trusting them, then they're going to keep feeding you bullshit.
Well, no, they'll just do whatever they want. I mean, if you keep drinking from the same poison, you know, you're not going to change anything. So you got to look at what's going on, look at who's feeding you the information, what's the agenda, who are the players behind it, who owns what, who owns the news. I mean, start there, follow the money trail, key bono. Pretty simple, pretty basic. But again, people don't look at the common sense things, they just look at whatever the media is feeding them. It's easier to take what Fox is telling you rather than to do the research on your own.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died. Experts agree, unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We could be looking at double the number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10 million cases.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
We have known about CAPS-like viruses in animals and people for decades, but have not been successful at developing a licensed vaccine. And sure, there are new technologies that may help, but it's going to be difficult. I am not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
So the policy crisis in question for this board in this meeting is this: how should governments, business, and international organizations allocate and distribute pandemic antivirals and medical supplies to the people who need them most?
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is, in fact, procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries will be critical. I think the second thing is it's going to be very important that for the business sector, for manufacturers of antivirals, that we have clarity around what the need is and where the need is and who are making the decisions.
I think that given that the countries most affected are those that are low and middle income countries with unequal access to technology, to finances, the UN has a worldwide footprint, universally recognized, and universal membership.
A global stockpile would certainly help ensure more rational and strategic allocation, but the reality is that we don't have the logistics capability, even within the UN, to bring that together in one place and run it. So this is where I think a collaboration between the international organizations like the World Health Organization and the private sector, which runs these supply chains for many purposes every day, understand where the supplies are, make smart decisions about how to allocate them to the people who need them in the places that need them the most, and then work with the industry to move those supplies from where they are today to where they need to be.
Just to underscore the point that cooperation among supply chain providers or businesses that have huge supply chains can add a lot of efficiency to the whole process.
The question is, can you, through this international mechanism, really promote commitments to doing this as quickly as possible and give people a sense that actually if they contribute more, that they will have a better chance of protecting their own populations and their country's security and health.
So to be completely clear, most of this production would already be committed in contracts.
Yes.
It is almost unheard of that people are producing product without having a forward commitment for the consumption of that product. So the first thing that needs to be done, because this is not something that the countries currently control, unless countries are going to bring about emergency situations and co-opt an existing supply chain.
I think it's not likely, I agree, that countries are not going to buy a countermeasure to put into a global supply without retaining a large portion of it for themselves.
Public health agencies have issued travel advisories, while some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas. As a result, the travel sector is taking a huge hit. Travel bookings are down 45%, and many flights have been canceled. A ripple effect is racing through the service sector. Governments that rely on travel and tourism as a large part of their economies are being hit particularly hard.
How should national leaders, businesses, and international organizations balance the risk of worsening disease that would be caused by the continued movement of people around the world against the risks of profound economic consequence of travel and trade bans?
If there's some sense that there's a UN institution that can do all of this, then I worry we're suffering from a delusional disorder on the power of the UN. It's really important to get those industries and their trade associations and an efficient leadership established, which is decentralized, but has a collective responsibility and accountability. And that needs to be supported by
the public leadership. What is essential, what is non-essential travel, we have to clarify this. Otherwise, if we go down to 20% bookings over a long period, the company will run down. That's a fact.
You know, there's a whole complex set of issues in a highly interdependent world on supply chains that are just in time. We need to think about how much flex there is in that just-in-time supply chain system and make sure it keeps running. I think it's going to take specificity, and it's going to take knowledge that only the private sector has. The UN can play an important coordinating facilitation role, but the companies know where those commodities are, where they move, how to move them, and that's where a type of public-private collaboration that we have not generally had in these crises needs to be put together pretty quickly.
We are not out of money yet, but the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
So the policy question for this board now is, how should financial resources be prioritized? Are there nodes that we cannot allow to fail? What is your sense of priorities? We don't have money to pay for all of these urgent problems.
So at the moment, we want the fund, right? You need the money. So where's the money? So government kind of supplies some money. A lot of, private sectors, some are sitting here, you have some money. But now you need a really coordinated, centralized efforts.
Hotels will be experiencing, crippling losses doing that. And we know that the hotel business in itself makes up 5% of the GDP.
Governments need to be willing to do things that are out of their historical perspective, or for the most part, it's really a war footing that we need to be on.
We shouldn't underestimate the power of entrepreneurship. We need to escalate that, whether it's through the government's helping with tax breaks or subsidies of that nature to increase manufacturing of those types of products. It can happen quickly. A Marshall-type plan, don't mean to say that exactly, but a Marshall plan that can go into effect can stimulate change very quickly.
Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the overwhelming amounts of dis and misinformation circulating over the internet. In some cases, limited internet shutdowns are being implemented to quell panic.
How much control of information should there be, and by whom? And how can false information be effectively challenged? And what if that false information is coming from companies or from governments?
I think it's very important that we make sure that there is concise communication with all healthcare facilities where these patients are being treated so that there isn't mass panic.
We're at a moment where the social media platforms have to step forward and recognize the moment to assert that they're a technology platform and not a broadcaster is over. They, in fact, have to be a participant in broadcasting accurate information and partnering with the scientific and health communities to counterweight, if not flood the zone of accurate information, because to put the genie back in the bottle of the misinformation and disinformation is nigh impossible.
One thing we haven't spoken about, and I'm wondering whether it's time to talk about this, is a step up from the part of the governments on enforcement actions against fake news.
I personally do not believe that trying to shut things down in terms of information is either practical or desirable. And we do have, I think, a couple of strategies that are available to us, one of which is the flood strategy, second of which is relying and informing and equipping trusted sources of information with the facts so they can then pass that on. But we also need to actually think about a technological answer to this.
The outcome of the CAPS pandemic in Event 201 was catastrophic. 65 million people died in the first 18 months. The outbreak was small at first and initially seemed controllable, but then it started spreading in densely crowded and impoverished neighborhoods of megacities. From that point on, the spread of the disease was explosive. Within 6 months, cases were occurring in nearly every country. The global economy was in a free fall. The GDP down 11%. Stock markets around the world plummeted between 20 and 40% and headed into a downward cycle of fear and low expectation. Businesses were not borrowing, banks were not lending. Everyone was just hoping to hunker down and weather the storm. Economists say the economic turmoil caused by such a pandemic will last for years, perhaps a decade. The societal impacts, the loss of faith in government, the distrust of news, and the breakdown of social cohesion could last even longer. We have to ask, did this need to be so bad? Are there things we could have done in the 5 to 10 years leading up to the pandemic that would have lessened the catastrophic consequences? We believe the answer is yes. So, are we as a global community now finally ready to do the hard work needed to prepare for the next pandemic?
Hello, everyone. I'm Anita Cicero, Deputy Director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and today I will be your Master of Ceremonies for Event 201. On behalf of our center and our partners, the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our audience here in New York, as well as our larger virtual audience participating online today. The goal of the Event 201 exercise is to illustrate the potential consequences of a pandemic and the kinds of societal and economic challenges it would pose. The scenario also highlights the very critical role that global business and public-private partnerships play in preparing for and responding to pandemics. Today's scenario is going to simulate meetings of a multi-stakeholder group called the Pandemic Emergency Board. This board has been urgently convened by the World Economic Forum, and Johns Hopkins has been asked to moderate the board meetings and provide expertise during the board's deliberations. The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society. The board's recommendations are aimed at top decision makers in national governments, global business, and international organizations. In this scenario, Tom Inglesby, the director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, will be chairing the board and serving as the moderator for its discussions. Today's exercise will simulate 4 meetings of the Pandemic Emergency Board, and each meeting will be devoted to one key topic. Each meeting will start with a video and a briefing that will provide the information needed for the board members to engage. Please note, this is not a test of any particular person, organization, or nation. The participants are all playing as themselves. That is, senior business executives, NGO leaders, and government officials. They're not expected to be pandemic experts. We've really asked them to participate based on their own expertise and their best professional judgment. With the exception of Tom Inglesby, none of the participants know any of the details about how the exercise will unfold. The Event 201 scenario is fictional, but it's based on public health principles, epidemiologic modeling, and assessment of past outbreaks. In other words, we've created a pandemic that could realistically occur. And for those interested in our assumptions, we'll have a lot of the background research of the scenario publicly available on our Event 201 website at the conclusion of the exercise. The policy discussions, the challenges to be discussed in this exercise represent controversial, high-stakes issues that would require high-level input from business and government leaders. So just a few housekeeping notes before we get started. For our in-person audience, please do silence all your electronic devices, but you may tweet at #Event201. We're going to have a 15-minute break in the middle of the exercise, so please try to confine your calls and work to that time. Because the event is being video recorded and live streamed, we ask that you remain quiet as much as possible and avoid moving around during the exercise. The exercise is going to end at 12:30, and there'll be a luncheon in the cotillion room, to which you are all invited. As you know, there's also an online virtual Event 201 exercise that's happening simultaneously. And for those of you online, and I understand there are hundreds of you, you will be seeing the same news videos and briefings as we do here in New York. But you will engage in your own online discussion in place of watching the discussions of the players here in the room. The topics and the topics and the pacing of the deliberations will be the same, both online and in the room. So, as you can see on this slide, we have an outstanding group of global leaders playing the role of the Pandemic Emergency Board members here in New York. And with that, let's welcome our participants and invite them into the room. Tom Inglesby from Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, LaToya Abbott, Marriott International, Sophia Borges, UN Foundation, Brad Connett, Henry Schein, Chris Elias, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Tim Evans, formerly of the World Bank, George Gao from China CDC, Avril Haines, former Deputy U.S. National Security Advisor, Jane Hulton, ANZ Bank, and former secretaries of both the Department of Health and Finance in Australia, Matthew Harrington from Edelman, Martin Knuckle from Lufthansa Group, Eduardo Martinez, UPS Foundation, Stephen Redd from US CDC, Adrian Thomas from Johnson & Johnson, and Hasti Taggi from NBC Universal Media, and Lavin Theroux from the Monetary Authority of Singapore. Welcome. And before we begin the exercise, I also want to introduce Ryan Morhard, who's lead of the Global Health Security Group at the World Economic Forum, and he will say a few words. Ryan.
Thank you, Anita, and good morning and welcome again on behalf of the Center for Health Security, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the World Economic Forum. Welcome to Event 201. 201. Throughout our session today, I hope that number will represent two dimensions of our work to strengthen global health security. First, today, there are 200 epidemic events every year, and it hasn't always been this way. The number is increasing, driven by globalization, climate change, urbanization, deforestation, and other trends of our modern world. In other words, we're in a new era of epidemic risk. And the second dimension is that one of these days, one of these epidemic events will be a pandemic, a fast-moving pandemic. And mitigating risk and impact of that pandemic will require an all-hands-on-deck approach. And we know from past responses that public-private cooperation will be essential. We also know from these responses that there are some bright spots when it comes to public-private cooperation, but some real critical challenges remain. But there's every reason for us to work together to address these challenges. For one, it turns out that at $570 billion annualized, the annualized risk posed by pandemics is on par and rivals with climate change, which means that the pandemic risk to lives and livelihoods is at a level that governments and the world's biggest businesses can no longer afford to ignore. And we are counting on this conversation today to inform our work together to improve our collective preparedness and to protect lives and livelihoods from pandemics. And to provide further context, I'm very pleased to introduce a short video now from Dr. Mike Ryan, the Executive Director at WHO and the head of WHO's emergency program. So with that, we'll turn to a video.
Greetings, distinguished guests, and thank you for this opportunity to say a few words at this year's event 201, the high-level simulation exercise for pandemic preparedness and response, hosted by Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, the World Economic Forum, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you today. I'm involved in the IHR Emergency Committee for Ebola, but I had hoped to be in the room with you, because the issues you will be dealing with over the next hours may be tabletop exercises today, but they address real and critical threats which we at WHO take very seriously. Without a question, epidemic risk has become a global strategic concern. I don't think we've ever been in a situation where we have had to respond to so many health emergencies at once. This is a new normal. I don't expect the frequency of these epidemics to reduce, and in fact, vulnerabilities all over the world, developed and developing countries, have increased, not decreased, driven by many, many factors, mainly through human behaviour, economic development, population density, and many others. The scenario you will be presented with this morning could easily become one a shared reality one day. I fully expect that we will be confronted by a fast-moving, highly lethal pandemic of a respiratory pathogen. The question is, are we prepared to globally respond to the next major pandemic event? Are we ready to cooperate and perform across countries and across sectors to face such a threat? Have we established the surveillance and risk assessment systems, the communication tools, the supply chains, and the business continuity plans that will be needed, not only to protect health in a major epidemic or pandemic, but to protect economic development, to protect political and social systems? Do we collectively drive innovation enough to face the evolving global threats which we are anticipating? The nature of pandemics is that many countries will be affected at the same time. This is particularly true with the respiratory pathogen, as they are often transmitted by asymptomatic persons. They spread fast. In 2009, the pandemic virus reached all continents in less than 9 weeks. WHO's priorities are to establish a minimum capacity to detect and respond in each country around the world, to develop global strategies for the containment and control of individual disease threats, and develop global mechanisms to ensure cross-sectoral and multinational, multilateral coordination. Innovation and partnership across all sectors are needed, including joint strategies between global health leaders and the drivers of travel, communication, data technology industries. WHO is working at all levels through a variety of partnerships to strengthen national and regional preparedness, such as GORN, the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network. Through the PIP framework adopted by WHO member states in 2011, WHO has secured 400 million vaccine doses for influenza, 10 million antiviral treatments, and 250,000 diagnostic kits for the next pandemic. We have completed external evaluations of surveillance and response systems in over 100 countries and carried out more than 50 simulation exercises at country level, looking for vulnerabilities and weaknesses in national systems. This voluntary, collaborative, multi-sectoral process helps countries to assess their capacities and identifies the most critical gaps within their health systems in order to prioritise opportunities for enhanced preparedness and response. The Pandemic Supply Chain Network, part of the Epidemic Readiness Accelerator, which is a project of the World Economic Forum in partnership with many, including WHO. It's a public-private collaboration to develop a globally connected supply chain that can support health emergency operations during a pandemic. Stakeholders consist of product manufacturers to logistics providers, distributors, and UN partners, including ourselves. Michael Griffin is WHO's focal point for the Pandemic Supply Chain Network, and he's there with you this week. Constant innovation and the use of cutting-edge technology is key to pandemic preparedness. In order to pool data and analytics at a global scale for disease prevention, the EpiBrain initiative, a global data ecosystem, aims to build a collaboration of big data networks to understand and predict epidemics. It supports data science, innovation for outbreak preparedness and response. Despite this progress, there is still much to be done. Cross-sectoral simulation exercises, such as the one you will be experiencing today, contribute to a better understanding of the critical gaps, the cooperation required from global businesses, response decisions required from government and public health leaders to minimise large-scale economic and societal consequences of a severe pandemic. I wish you the best of luck We are looking forward to working with each of you to strengthen pandemic preparedness in the future. Thank you.
And our thanks to Dr. Ryan. And with that, here in New York and online, welcome to Event 201.
It began in healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago. A new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died. At first, the spread was limited to those with close contacts, healthcare personnel, co-workers, and families. But now it's spreading rapidly throughout local communities. International travel has turned local epidemics into a pandemic spanning the globe. Just 3 months ago, CAPS started in South America, but has now reached several countries with more than 30,000 cases and nearly 2,000 deaths.
Good morning, and thank you all for being part of this Pandemic Emergency Board. We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together. The global community has been working to respond to this pandemic since its recognition, but as health and economic impacts have become more severe, the World Economic Forum has convened this board because of your combined expertise, your backgrounds, and your global voice. We will need all of you to help us respond to urgent policy crises that are emerging. The purpose of this board is to advise leaders in national governments, global business, and international organizations on the response to the pandemic, particularly focused on international problems that require collaboration between business and government. Your recommendations will be critical and will be promulgated and communicated broadly at the end of this meeting. On the left screen, as we have this meeting, you will find a dashboard of information about the pandemic that will help us in our conversations. As important background for this discussion, we want to start the meeting by viewing this news story that just aired on Global News Network.
Continuing our coverage of the newly discovered CAPS disease and the scope of its deadly outbreaks, there are now more than 30,000 reported cases. Experts warn this may be just the beginning of a global problem. GNN science reporters have produced a video about what we know so far about CAPS, the virus, the outbreak, and the resulting chaos.
CAPS is a novel coronavirus related to those viruses that caused the frightening SARS epidemic in 2003 and the deadly MERS outbreaks in recent years. Scientists think each infected person in turn infects on average 2 more people. This disease is proving more transmissible than SARS or MERS and about as contagious as influenza. Essentially, the cumulative number of cases is doubling every week. At this rate, we can expect to see 16 times as many cases in a month unless we find a way to interrupt transmission. The virus appears to be spreading rapidly in densely populated and impoverished neighborhoods in some megacities in South America. CAPS is a serious respiratory disease. More than half of the recognized cases have required hospital care, creating a huge strain on healthcare systems. The fatality rate is about 10%. For comparison, CAPS is about as lethal as SARS and 2 to 4 times more lethal than the 1918 influenza pandemic, the worst pandemic on record. Even so, some people only exhibit mild flu-like symptoms, not requiring treatment in a hospital. Alarmingly, those people are able to walk around and spread the virus, not realizing they are doing so. Even worse, international travelers have been arriving at their destinations symptom-free, but within a matter of hours, becoming ill. Travel-related cases have blossomed into outbreaks in a number of locations and have quickly grown faster than health authorities could respond and contain them. In other places, physicians have quickly recognized the symptoms of CAPS and have been able to isolate infected individuals and avoid an outbreak, for now. Global public health experts are very concerned about this disease because it appears the virus is readily transmitted through the air from person to person. Essentially, all people are susceptible. Experts agree unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere. Models developed by leading public health authorities indicate a CAPS pandemic could lead to an outcome worse than the 1918 influenza, which killed 50 to 100 million people worldwide. Given the global population is 4 times larger than it was in 1918, if these models prove accurate, we could be looking at hundreds of millions of deaths over the next year or two.
Okay, now we're going to get a briefing on the numbers and distribution of cases by Dr. Caitlin Rivers.
As you've just heard, the outbreak is very worrisome. The vast majority of cases are occurring in Brazil and other South American countries. However, as you can see on the screen, there have been some spread to Portugal, the continental United States, and mainland China. Our models project that with continued spread in Latin America and predicted spread to additional countries, we could be looking at double the number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10 million cases. We are also tracking financial markets as an indicator of the economic impacts of CAPS. While markets are down worldwide in the past couple of weeks, they are still positive for the year.
Thank you, Dr. Rivers. The first emerging policy crisis for which we need this board's recommendations regards global allocation and distribution of medical countermeasures. And by medical countermeasures, we mean vaccines, drugs, and diagnostics and other medical supplies to help us combat the CAPS pandemic. I know we would all agree that if we had a vaccine in hand for CAPS, it'd be a game changer. But leading vaccine experts say a vaccine in the near term is highly unlikely. But there is an antiviral that does look like it will work. And to understand that better, we're going to watch one more clip here.
Continuing our CAPS disease coverage and possible solutions, I'm joined by immunologist Dr. Yvonne Bello and Dr. Rhea Blakey, an epidemiologist, both highly respected in their fields. Let's get right to it. Why are people saying a vaccine for the CAPS virus is not likely in the near term?
Researchers are working on a vaccine, and we have viable leads, but it's complicated. We have known about CAPS-like viruses in animals and people for decades, but have not been successful at developing a licensed vaccine. And sure, there are new technologies that may help, but it's going to be difficult. I am not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic. Even if we discover a good vaccine candidate, we're starting from scratch, and it takes time to test safety and efficacy, typically years. So even if testing moves quickly, global manufacturing will still need to be established. Again, multiple hurdles.
We simply cannot rely on these old timelines and processes. This is a crisis. We have to move beyond these issues. It may be complicated, difficult, but if we dedicate all available resources, this can happen. Also, keep in mind, we need effective treatments sooner rather than later. Extranavir is an antiviral drug. Scientists have told me this could be effective. We need to start treating people immediately.
While I agree Extranavir does look promising, it's currently used for treating HIV. However, it's not manufactured on the scale needed for treating this many people. And will we just stop using it for HIV treatment? How will we get this drug in the quantities needed? Who decides who has priority for the limited amounts we do have? We both know countries are hoarding Extranavir.
Doctor, in my opinion, you are lost in the details. With enough money and political will, anything is possible. Let's get going on this now.
Thank you both for this extremely important discussion. Our U.S. affiliate has just released polling results on public expectations for a vaccine. A majority of Americans expect a vaccine to be available within 2 months, and 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental. In related news, a significant demand for personal protective equipment like N95 masks and gloves are on the rise due to the pandemic. However, globally, hospitals are running low. Additionally, other critical medical supplies such as saline and antibiotics are dwindling. Countries and companies are reportedly stockpiling supplies, disrupting healthcare supply chains, causing dangerous shortages in many parts of the world.
And finally, for the latest information on what we know about vaccines and this antiviral, here's medical countermeasure expert Matt Watson.
As we've just heard, there is no existing vaccine that appears effective against the newly discovered CAPS virus. Governments, scientists, and companies around the world have become working intensively to develop one, but it's highly unlikely that a vaccine could be developed, tested, manufactured, and distributed in less than a year, and it's likely to take much longer. While there have been efforts to develop vaccines against SARS and MERS coronaviruses, none have been licensed. And given the distinctions in the CAPS virus, vaccines against those diseases would not be effective for CAPS. The antiviral drug Extranavir has demonstrated some efficacy against the CAPS virus. It reduces the severity of illness and saves lives in those who are infected, but does not prevent infection like a vaccine would. Extranavir is a generic drug primarily used to treat HIV. It is manufactured in 5 countries, including the United States and China. Approximately 1 million people take Extranavir every day for HIV. If all of those HIV patients could be switched to other antiretroviral drugs, we could potentially free up enough Extranavir to treat 26 million CAPS patients. Assuming further that we could double production over the course of a year by bringing additional manufacturing online, we could eventually have 52 million treatment courses per year, but it will take many months to get there. And there is not likely ever to be enough to keep up with the need as long as the disease continues to spread at this accelerating rate. Experts agree that while many lives will be saved by this antiviral, it is not going to slow the pandemic in the same way a vaccine could if we had one available. However, we do have the potential capacity to save many people. Now the question is, how do we distribute the supplies we have? Existing global supply chains and logistics networks for Extranavir run efficiently under normal conditions, but the pandemic is likely to be very different. We are hearing that one country where Extranavir is produced is planning to block some or all of the export of this medicine to hold on to it for their own people. Tensions are rising between governments and pharmaceutical and medical supply companies about how supplies should be allocated and who gets to make those decisions. International humanitarian organizations are raising serious concerns about access to antivirals for people in low and middle-income countries. In addition to antivirals, other medical supplies are not reaching those who need them in many parts of the world. This is especially pronounced in low and middle-income countries, which are reporting the highest rates of disease transmission and mortality. In part, this is due to last-minute stockpiling and hoarding by customers, and in part, it is due to cost and logistics issues. Personal protective equipment, such as N95 respirators, are in critically short supply in some areas. N95 respirators are manufactured by many companies around the world, but there are no reliable estimates of how many are produced or what global production surge capacity is. All we can say is that production capacity covers normal demand, and it is not uncommon to have temporary shortages during severe flu seasons. In a severe pandemic, we can expect the need to increase by a factor of at least 2 to 3. Given these supply issues, there are a number of potential proposals being floated aimed at coordinating and facilitating medical countermeasure allocation and delivery around the world. Politicians, business leaders, scientists, and policymakers are weighing in. Some are suggesting that suppliers and buyers continue to work independently to decide where to send antivirals and medical supplies. Others are suggesting that countries where these products are made should be able to decide where those drugs and supplies go. still others are recommending that suppliers, buyers, and countries entrust a central international entity or organization with the job of allocation and distribution decisions for at least a portion of antivirals and other medical supplies.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. So the policy crisis in question for this board in this meeting is this: how should governments, business, and international organizations allocate and distribute pandemic antivirals and medical supplies to the people who need them most? We now have time for discussion about this matter. This is the focus of this meeting. Any reactions? We have too few antivirals for the needs that we have, and we're projecting to have increasing needs. So should we let normal suppliers and buyers manage the distribution and allocation of this medication? Should governments step in? If so, with what rules? Steve?
Yeah, let me start by saying it is fantastic how much has been learned about this disease in just the short period of time since its discovery. I think one issue that hasn't yet been explored is what could be done to suppress transmission apart from the use of countermeasures. And so I think that's something that needs to be an active area of study. Learning where transmission is occurring would be helpful in order to implement measures that don't require medicines to suppress transmission. Maybe hospital settings, school settings are places where transmission could be occurring. With regards to the question of sharing this scarce resource, we do have some models that I think could be built upon. The PIP framework, the things that were done during H1N1 to share vaccine. I think each of those models should be explored as ways of some sort of distribution process. One of the specific things that was done during H1N1 was to examine the critical individuals in countries as a sort of a minimum level of countermeasure that would be needed, and to
So do you mean critical infrastructure?
Exactly.
Critical infrastructure
Right.
in countries going?
Security, police, fire. What number of treatment courses? If we had enough to share, what would that minimum number be, just as a starting point for negotiation?
Great, Adrian. And then
I think before we agree that we have a finite resource, we need to really challenge ourselves on the vaccine production. We've seen historically that we can actually produce an Ebola vaccine in a year. It requires flexibility on the regulatory side. It requires commitment from companies. But I do think that before we say that a vaccine is not available, we should not slow down on that. We should pursue that. And I think similarly, we need to explore how could we accelerate production of our antivirals. We've seen it happen before in the HIV crisis. It's possible, but decisions need to be made, and we need to bring the right people together to do that.
Okay. And for the moment, before we are able to accelerate production of the antiviral, do you have any initial reaction, since you are potentially one of the companies that could be part of this deliberation?
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is, in fact, procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries would be critical. I think the second thing is it's going to be very important that for the business sector, for manufacturers of antivirals, that we have clarity around what the need is and where the need is and who are making the decisions.
So who's deciding on where they're going?
So can I add to that?
Yes.
So one of the challenges we have is what to do in the really short term about the supply of vaccines, antivirals, etc. Because low to middle income countries will be concerned that the entire supply chain will be tied up by the time they can even figure out how to finance their purchases. We know, and we know this from what happened with H1N1, that if you can stop something early in terms of everything from ring fencing in particular countries, but also to look at the transmission from country to country, and there's a variety of measures that can be taken to do that. But unless that is done in a global context and it's done very early, we will end up with a situation where the entire supply chain will have gone. So what we need to do at the very outset is figure out what the likely route of transmission is and move very quickly to secure supplies and distribute supplies according to whatever epidemiological protocol and based on what Steve says, as we know, we already know some things about the transmission of this disease. But unless we do that whilst doing what we can do on vaccine, I agree, we will have this get out of control.
Okay, Tim.
Yeah,
We'll go down the line.
it's important and it's fantastic to have this information in front of us, because if you look across the countries, you've got very different patterns already. Chile seems to have a 3% case fatality rate, Ecuador a 5%. So what's going on there, and are there lessons in terms of how they're managing the outbreak, which might inform ways in which you're going to decrease the need for scarce resources? Are they more effective in their supportive treatment, or what is it that's explaining what look to be significantly different patterns in the outbreak of the epidemic? The second point is that these are all middle-income countries or high-income countries, and as Jane mentioned, low-income countries are either their surveillance systems aren't sensitive enough to detect cases that are already there, or are worried that, in fact, they will be at the bottom of the food chain. And in this respect, the World Bank would probably be proactively moving into exercising what we call a CIRC, which is a contingency emergency response component to existing loans to low and middle income countries, in which they can repurpose those loans for these types of emergencies. So I think on the financing side, the CIRCs, which are built into every loan made by the bank, could be exercised in such a way that you don't have the problem of the lack of resources being the primary constraint for the purchase of those scarce commodities.
Okay, Latoya?
I agree, because financially, that's one of the things we'll have to look at. We have to have the financial means to start production, mass production, and getting companies on board. It's about buy-in and having an understanding of where we're moving forward with this disease process, how quickly and rapidly it's proliferating, and also utilizing the materials that we do know, like the protective equipment that we already have. We know it's airborne, so ensuring that companies that are manufacturing these products have the financial ability to be able to do such. So that way, even if we are in the process of continuing to develop this drug, there is some type of protection that's going on to the lower companies.
Great. So I'm going to keep going down the line, but just in terms of the initial reactions, do we think, as Adrian suggested, that there should be some kind of international resource or distribution method, or really is this going to be every country for itself doing what it can to procure N95 masks, antivirals for itself? And so just think about that as you're making your comments. Yeah.
Well, I do think that there needs to be sort of an honest broker, a centralized command and control organization that really brings together the public-private sector, both on a global approach and also on a local approach, because we can't forget that transparency and communications at the local level are going to be critical in the to stop the continued spread. But I do think there needs to be some form of centralized approach to really organize all the various efforts that are going to be undertaken.
Okay, I think a lot of people want to get in here. We'll go around the table. Martin, Sophia, Chris, and then George.
Thank you. I fully support the centralized approach in this state we have already, if it comes also to global distribution of any products. And I would like to go back to Stephen's first statement. We had parallel to this, we should really focus on how the spread could be controlled better or easily. If I talk about logistics for globally distributed topics, we need to protect the staff that is responsible for this. If they don't protect it, they won't do this. And then the entire chain breaks apart within no days. So we really have to do both parallel to find out possible ways to protect the people that are enjoined for this, and it should be centralized, organized, otherwise it will not work.
So you're saying that the people who are delivering these medicines and moving them around the world, they should be protected by these medicines
Yes.
with N95 masks?
I mean, there's basic protection anyway in a phase like this, but we should enlarge this with the newest information we have about the spreading. Only with this we can guarantee that any distribution is possible at all.
Okay, Sophia?
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And I wanted to speak to the point about having the honest broker. And I think in this regard, the United Nations fits the bill. I think that given that the countries most affected are those that are low and middle income countries with unequal access to technology, to finances, the UN has a worldwide footprint, universally recognized, and universal membership. And I think taking the example of the Ebola crisis last round, when a trust fund was established, and calling on member states who are capable of contributing to that trust fund in order to help those that are least capable, the low and middle income countries. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Tom. I want to agree with a couple of comments. One is about the need to prioritize for the frontline health workers, the basic people to keep the system working. I think it's important to recognize that we have the data that you're showing because of some remarkable international collaboration about sharing information in real time about the patterns of disease. And that's come out of the international health regulations, and that's a good first step. If we're now going to try to prioritize the allocation of scarce commodities, having this kind of dashboard to know where those masks and drugs are and to get at some of the psychology that's behind some of the hoarding. People may be making bad decisions because they think it's more scarce than it actually is. So if we could have the equivalent of this dashboard to understand where the supplies are to map to the needs, a global stockpile would certainly help ensure more rational and strategic allocation. But the reality is that we don't have the logistics capability, even within the UN, to bring that together in one place and run it. So this is where I think a collaboration between the international organizations like the World Health Organization and the private sector, which runs these supply chains for many purposes every day, understand where the supplies are, make smart decisions about how to allocate them to the people who need them in the places that need them the most, and then work with the industry to move those supplies from where they are today to where they need to be.
On your point of transparency and data about where supplies are, where medicines are, where N95 masks are, we couldn't agree more. We've been unable to find that data, so I think it's an important need that you just surfaced. George?
Yes, I would support for the proposal, centralized or coordinated effort, not just nationally, also internationally. At such a situation, that's very, very, very important. And when you read all this about the epi data, R0 is 2. It's relatively, you can see the number is there. Especially when you are talking about some country like China or any countries who have the largest population of swine, pig production. So if the virus yet still, transmitted from pig still in the cycle, so that could be very serious. So we have to prioritize. So maybe the farmers or whoever have access to it. So that's very, very important to have the expert to assess the possibility. You see the R0, but you also see its swine origin. I will still have some new virus from swine, from pigs, or the virus already circulating in the human beings. That's also, we should put that into account for the strategy for the allocation of the actual winner. And also I got the information from my staff, looks like, of course, we have capacity to produce the extra number, but even, think about the population we have. We can't expand our capacity, but, what we have, even not enough for our own population.
Tom?
That's the question we should think.
Yes.
I think it's important in 2019 to remember that in 2016, the World Economic Forum, together with the World Food Program, presented a global supply chain management approach for this exact scenario. And what might be helpful, given that everybody suffers from short-term memory deficit, is to have an emergency briefing on those resources that are global public goods that are there to facilitate supply chain management and where those can be deployed, but also CEPI, which was established 3 years ago to accelerate vaccines exactly in development in these settings where a coronavirus is, in fact, one of its indications and first areas of focus. That may not be common knowledge. Likewise, on the financing, there is global financing. The criteria identified here would be triggers for the Pandemic Emergency Financing Facility, which would disperse a significant amount of money into that international pool on the basis of this trajectory of the epidemic. So those are resources that may not be well understood amongst the set of players that would appreciate having some understanding. So an emergency briefing on those resources, I think, might make sure that they're not overlooked.
Hasti, and then Matt.
So a couple of things. First of all, the patients who are currently on Extranavir need to receive different medication. So I think this is something that the team needs to look into. How do we make sure that we have the right resources to make sure that they're not being panicked and we're not causing panic with them and that we're having to use this drug for a different use at this time. Secondly, I think it's very important that we make sure that there is concise communication with all healthcare facilities where these patients are being treated so that there isn't mass panic. And perhaps a member of this team could be part of that task force to ensure that whether it's in the news, by social media, or to these hospitals, we have the right communications channel to be able to make sure that the public does not have mass panic.
Thanks, Matt.
I was just going to, I'll add to that in as much as the value of a centralized convening body that is addressing both the production and supply chain also serves as a convening enterprise around the communications. Because there is a lot of great data that's been collected, but probably more can be done from a public education perspective around containment prevention while the supply chain is managed.
Yvonne?
I just want to echo Matt's point, and my question here is what's happening around the world? While we know that there are cases here in these few countries, what's happening to the rest of Asia? What are governments doing to assure the people, and this will help to relax some of the stress that you see in terms of people hoarding personal protection equipment. So I think it requires a global coordination and not just at the individual country-specific level.
Yeah, Brad?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Christopher's scarcity comment. It's not just scarcity, it's also severity, and that's why we see different rates of fatalities, 5% to 3%. And there seems to be a stakeholder maybe missing here, and I may be wrong, but is the provider, and who's taking care of these patients? Because there's definitely discrepancies here on fatality rates. We know in panic, in psychology of panic, people start hoarding. People start freaking out and wondering, what should I do? And then countries start doing it, and then there's all kinds of dysfunctional decisions made. Providers really need to be at the table talking about how they're taking care of the patients and diagnostics and what they're doing with it, because we're jumping to a little bit of a conclusion that this is going to spread everywhere to the same degree. And this leads to hoarding, and I'll share with you in SARS, N95s, there's still N95s sitting in boxes that were never used. I mean, the hoarding of that was atrocious. I mean, and then there were knockoffs of N95s that really weren't truly impervious masks that were made and then distributed. So I think there's a need to have the providers in the discussion to see really what they're doing to treat the patients. How severe is the epidemic?
So just on severity, it's important for you all to know that the estimate from our team and from other ministries of health is that the distinctions in case fatality rate represent distinctions in data collection, not that the disease is any different. It looks like the virus is the same around the world. These are different healthcare systems, different data collection, different surveillance. So overall, our all-in case fatality rate is somewhere in the order of 7% to 10%. It depends on where we are in the world. And in terms of where the disease is in the world, we see lots of blank spots, and we think that's partly or largely due to surveillance systems and the slowness in collecting this data in certain parts of the world. We expect that to come online quickly.
Absolutely.
Steve, and then Avril, you haven't had a chance.
No, Steve.
Go ahead, I think you haven't had a chance.
Okay, sure. I mean, I think it's just in terms of the precise question being asked, it's clear that having everybody go on their own is not going to be the most effective answer, right? So I absolutely agree with the comments that have been made that we need to have some kind of international mechanism for coordinating what it is that we would be doing, also for collecting information, also for understanding what the resources are that are available through international mechanisms to execute on that allocation and coordination. I think it's challenging to set it up in a way that says that international mechanism has to be the body that decides in all circumstances what the allocation is. In other words, I think states are going to want to be able to decide for themselves on, in some circumstances, some of the issues that are relevant. So one of the challenges will be ensuring that you're using an existing mechanism, and I think Sophia's right about the UN as being sort of the base of operations in a sense, both for the funding, but also for a whole series of other issues that you would be looking at for allocation, coordination, et cetera. But then making sure that states are stepping up to actually tell people what it is that they're doing, what their decisions are in that context, and creating transparency about what the proper allocation should be for containing this issue so that there can be pressure put to bear on ensuring that states are actually doing what the larger plan needs to be in that context.
Can I ask a follow-up question? If there is a centralized stockpile developed, either at the WHO or perhaps somewhere else in the UN system, if you were going to suggest that, or some other entity, how much can you imagine states contributing of the supplies that are being made in their own countries? Is this a 1% allocation, 20% of the supply that they're making? We've already heard from George that China's not making nearly enough medication to take care of China at this point. So what is the desired end state here? Can you, from a state security perspective, if someone who's worked at the top of government, what do you imagine states who have this medication doing?
I mean, I think the percentage will depend on the details, right? And what it is that you're capable of actually producing in the context of the particular crisis. And I don't know how much we're able to produce under this circumstance. I think there should be, and there would be, from a public perspective and a public health perspective, right, enormous interest in promoting an allocation to international efforts that would actually contain the issue as quickly as possible, right? And that should be the focus for everybody in the sense of that's what's going to actually help you prevent the downstream impact of what the trajectory holds for us. So the question is, can you, through this international mechanism, really promote commitments to doing this as quickly as possible and give people a sense that actually if they contribute more, that they will have a better chance of protecting their own populations and their country's security.
Okay. Another number of comments. You all just jump in.
Yeah. So thank you. So to be completely clear, most of this production would already be committed in contracts.
Yes.
It is almost unheard of that people are producing product without having a forward commitment for the consumption of that product. So the first thing that needs to be done, because this is not something that the countries currently control, unless countries are going to bring about emergency situations and co-opt an existing supply chain. So the first thing to do is to figure out where that's going. Now, in H1N1, in a number of cases, so the Australian government, we bought vaccine to the extent we could get it, and in some instances, we actually gave some of that vaccine. We actually gave some of that vaccine to the United States, who actually ended up with a supply shortage at that particular point. So, inconsistent with working out where the biggest vulnerabilities are, the first thing you need to do is figure out who's got control of those supply chains and those products, and then figure out where, for the greater global good, it should be deployed. But we need to be clear. Any government who says, I'm going to ship every single dose of a particular product offshore is going to end up with a challenge domestically. So giving governments the capacity to manage both their domestic concerns together with being good players. And we know from the PIP framework that companies will similarly contribute, but it's got to be in an organised framework.
Okay.
And that challenge, I think, is being proved out with the increasing rhetoric, both by candidates in the US, UK, and Germany, who are saying that globalism is responsible for this pandemic, and therefore there's a rising protectionist nature to take care of their own. And so I think it's an instance where the business, health, and scientific communities need to combat that rising rhetoric and misleading information.
Yeah, and last couple of comments here. We have about 2 minutes before we have to close.
So I think one thing that's going to be very important is to define the aim of using the countermeasure. And from what we know right now, it doesn't seem likely from the data we've had presented that this countermeasure is going to suppress transmission, is going to lead to containment. So
Yes.
our aim really would be to minimize the severity and to prevent death rather than to prevent this emerging pandemic. Second thing I wanted to say is just how important communication is, and that is true to the public. This is a very alarming situation, and I think public communication shouldn't be alarming, but should be truthful about how severe it is. I think also internally, as negotiations are going on to share countermeasures, I think it's not likely, I agree, that countries are not going to buy a countermeasure to put into a global supply without retaining a large portion of it for themselves. The last thing I'd say is this is a very dynamic situation. Countries will be negotiating with manufacturers, and I think that's got to be figured into whatever agreement is reached. And whatever that sharing agreement is, it won't be perfect, and I think it's just got to be done quickly so that sharing can actually take place rather than trying to get something that's exactly the way everyone wants it.
And do you think that governments are going to need to break contracts, have companies break contracts in order to redirect antivirals?
I think that would work best for the countries to make the decisions with the countermeasures that they purchased.
Okay.
I think that's a very, we're not talking about one supply chain, but we're talking about multiple supply chains here. And I think, before we start talking about companies withdrawing antiretrovirals from patients with HIV who have a disease, we need to really understand how those ARVs will be used in patients who may or may not have a disease. So demand forecasting will be critical. And I also want to point out there's not just the healthcare workers. We have supply chains in middle-income countries. Often those are very resource dense, people in small spaces producing masks. We have to think about the integrity and the health of the supply chain.
Okay.
Going back
yes.
to Stephen's note real quick about the public communication, my team has been monitoring the public response, and on various social media channels and cable networks, there's been some conspiracy theories that are around about the potential that pharmaceutical companies or the UN have released this for their own benefit. So as we move forward, obviously trust in pharmaceuticals and government is very important at this moment. And so as we move forward with developing the right scenarios, we have to make sure that the public communication is a major part of that because of these conspiracy theories.
Thank you. We have to close. We have 30 seconds.
Okay,
yeah,
but this fully supports Steve's input. We should not search for the perfect solution right now. Yeah. We run against time. And if conspiracy theories like this come up already, so we are on the edge of hysterical reactions, and then it gets out of control. And that's the thing what should be the main driver for us now to find a solution.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We're going to bring these recommendations together and communicate them broadly at the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you all for your input. We will conclude this meeting and we'll reconvene shortly.
Yes, and that does conclude the first meeting of the board. The scenario now advances 3 weeks to November 7th, 2019, to the second meeting of the Pandemic Emergency Board.
Thank you all for reconvening on short notice. Let's get an update on the pandemic.
Very short notice.
Thanks,
Dr.
Tom.
Rivers.
In the last 3 weeks, we've seen a significant escalation of the pandemic. Previous projections appear to have been accurate. We've gone from about 35,000 cases to more than 260,000 estimated cases, with 13,000 deaths. This may be an underestimate. We know that there is a good deal of underreporting due to lack of surveillance in many parts of the world. The greatest number of reported cases are still in South America, where the pandemic started, but the number of countries affected has risen from 8 to 23 across the Americas, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. We expect that spread will continue to accelerate as we have more outbreaks. We project that in 1 month, we could see upwards of 2 million cases and over 100,000 deaths. And in 3 months, there could be as many as 20 million cases and 1.6 million deaths. The markets are reacting negatively to these projections, with some markets now in the red for the year.
Thank you, Dr. Rivers. All right, we want to show you the latest news on the impacts of the pandemic on trade and travel, which will be the focus of this discussion.
In addition to global public health crisis, CAPS is creating havoc with the trade and travel industries. The frightening public health toll of CAPS continues to mount. Patients are overwhelming healthcare facilities around the world, including many of the makeshift triage and temporary care facilities. People are avoiding public spaces out of fear of infection and in compliance with public health recommendations. This has had a dramatic effect on the retail and service sectors. Businesses of all kinds are struggling to operate, let alone provide basic services, as their workers have fallen sick or refuse to come to work. Some companies have allowed telecommuting, but for most businesses and employees, this is not an option. Public health agencies have issued travel advisories, while some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas. As a result, the travel sector is taking a huge hit. Travel bookings are down 45%, and many flights have been canceled. A ripple effect is racing through the service sector. Governments that rely on travel and tourism as a large part of their economies are being hit particularly hard. Consumer confidence has fallen dramatically, and people are delaying or canceling discretionary purchases. As a result, manufacturers are scaling back production on many goods. On the other hand, staples like food and medicine are being hoarded. Mandated border closures and trade restrictions are creating severe localized shortages. The Purchasing Managers' Index suffered its sharpest decline in 50 years, a leading indicator that markets are preparing for a prolonged period of economic disruption. In some regions, politicians are adding to the noise and confusion through social media. Ban all goods and travel from infected countries, and boycott companies that spread disease are common Twitter refrains often led by public figures. It's safe to say we face a tough dilemma. The movement of people may facilitate the spread of gaps, but interruptions to travel and trade may have economic consequences that are just as bad.
And to give us more detail on these issues before our discussion, Lucia Mullen.
CAPS is spreading, and it's largely due to the movement of people. Individuals from affected regions traveling to unaffected areas, and susceptible people traveling to affected areas and getting sick. Travel poses real health risks, both of spreading the disease and of travelers getting sick. In fact, many travelers to affected regions have gotten sick, and some have died. Many countries have issued travel advisories for affected parts of South America. Additionally, politicians in a number of countries have called for bans on all travel and imports from affected countries. A few countries have actually banned all inbound travel and some trade from those countries. The total number of reported cases is currently about 30 times the total we saw with SARS, and 100 times the number of MERS cases so far. And disruptions to both local and global travel and trade are commensurately greater. On the other hand, public health experts inform us that travel and trade bans and fever screens are not effective at preventing importation of a highly contagious respiratory illness. Studies suggest that at best, they can delay importation by a few weeks. Some countries have advised against travel to countries in South America. Others are advising against traveling to any country with cases. A few countries have even put bans in place for persons or goods coming from countries with cases. These disruptions are beginning to have major economic consequences for the South American region and will soon have cascading effects globally. We are anticipating far greater disruptions to trade and travel may be on the horizon. One prominent economist estimates that global GDP could fall an additional 4% as a result of travel and trade restrictions. This would cause a severe global recession. Such a severe recession has the potential to result in both high unemployment and runaway inflation, creating the groundwork for national instability and change in the global political landscape.
So the policy crisis for the board to consider in this meeting is this: how should national leaders, businesses, and international organizations balance the risk of worsening disease that would be caused by the continued movement of people around the world against the risks of profound economic consequence of travel and trade bans? So what does this board recommend? And remember, as we're thinking about this, that this pandemic is now already 10 times as large as the 2014 West Africa Ebola outbreak and growing exponentially. So, your views. We've got a big dilemma. People moving, carrying disease, we can't stop trade and travel or else we risk economic consequence.
Well, I think that we need to evaluate the capacity of these communities that are being severely impacted in Brazil and Ecuador to assure that we don't create a humanitarian crisis there and that they don't have the ability to sustain the community, which will just create more widespread panic and hence more spreading of the disease.
I support this way that there should be maintained a basic interaction between those countries. I remember SARS at the time. For us, Hong Kong was mainly affected, and we still maintained an exchange of travel, an exchange of transporting goods, and it helped both parties. Of course, there was the risk of importing infected persons to Europe, but we maintained it with the respective countermeasures, and it was successful at the end of the day. It was difficult, but it should be our basic philosophy to go through this as long as possible.
I think, thank you for that example. I think in this case, we can be sure that if we allow trade and travel to happen, we will have continued spread. But I think for us, the question is it worth it anyway? People are going to spread the disease, but we have to keep trade and travel going in the world despite that. That's the question, or one of the questions. Steve?
I think that this is a complex question, but I think there is an analytic approach to this that would provide an answer, which is what benefit is there from those interventions that you could implement, and is there any at all? And if there's not, at least from an analytic standpoint, it's a pretty clear-cut decision as to what should be done. That doesn't make the decision, but it needs to be a part of the decision-making process.
And could you imagine conditions in which, for example, CDC would withdraw travel advisories if you knew that they were contributing to travel and trade chaos?
I could give an example from H1N1 where we had a time-limited advisory against travel to affected areas in Mexico, and after a short period of time, it became clear that if you live in the United States, your risk of getting disease is greater in the United States than it would be from a person traveling from Mexico. So that is actually a very helpful kind of analysis, just to make sure that it's not just pure harm.
Chris and Jane?
Yeah, I think we have to avoid thinking of whether this is a binary decision of whether there should be trade or travel or not. I think there has to be informed travel. I think having advisories that let people know about what, if they are going to travel, what they need to do to stay safe, and that has to incorporate some of the things we talked about in the last meeting about what's the likely availability of personal protection equipment or treatment should they fall ill while they're traveling. And in trade, we have to understand, again, how do we protect the people who are involved in keeping the global infrastructure of trade and logistics going. We need that infrastructure to move healthcare workers, to move healthcare commodities. We shouldn't take blunt instruments. We should actually protect the people engaged in making the international trading system work and inform people who are going to travel with or without a ban and make sure they're making informed decisions rather than saying travel yes or no.
Okay, Jane?
I was going to make a very similar point, so let me make a slightly different one, but I agree with everything that Chris has said. We know that if you try and put a border between peoples who actually have reason to travel, they will go around you. And we also know that people will then hide issues around disease. So the question about how you give people the best information so they can protect themselves. And in Australia's case, in theory, we could close our borders, but let's be completely clear. We probably have enough fuel supplies to last us maybe a month. So in a practical sense, very, very often, there's not a lot you can do but to keep trade and travel going. But exactly as Chris says, it has to be done in a nuanced way. And for those of us who travelled through Asia during SARS, I was one of those people. Being informed about what I needed to do to protect myself was a really important part of how we handled that.
Thank you. Tim?
So, yeah, I think in the same vein, the last two comments. First is I think the International Health Regulations Committee, Emergency Committee, should be issuing rational advice on how to best protect oneself, recognizing that this is already out of the bottle, but there may be ways in which certain constituencies can protect themselves, and those should be issued as guidance to manage unnecessary spread or prevent unnecessary risks. Secondly, I think it's really important for this board to be looking at 1 month and 3 months and saying, what is the essential business continuity that we have to establish now? Because this is only going to get worse. And we need to look at what are the most important functions to keep not only the global economy going, but also essential basic commodities to make sure that we're not going to get into fuel and food and other critical shortages that are going to accelerate economic contraction. So I think it's very important now to start projecting out to identify with the key constituencies that are responsible as part of the global ecosystem for managing life, critical supply, trade, and activity, to get those constituencies mobilized and begin to identify essential continuity plans.
We are going to actually talk about that explicitly in a bit, and thank you for raising that. Latoya.
In looking at my sector, we know that travel is the basis, and hospitality. Travel and hospitality is the basis of what we do. And limiting bans, putting potential bans in, that has a wide economic effect on those particular areas. And so, and devastating consequences, because we're looking at individuals who may not be able to earn a living, and it moves forward from that point. One thing you look at is your business continuity plan that you have as a private sector industry, and see where you can manipulate or even look at the minutia of the plan to see how you can assist those areas in which they're most affected to lessen the economic strain.
Thank you. A number of people want to get in. Let's move around the table this way. For those who haven't had a comment yet, Levon?
Yeah. So I've received a note to say that the supply chains are already being disrupted with employees refusing to come to work unless they're provided with PPE. So, along the same lines, the business continuity plan actually kicks in already. And I would say that for the rest of the business activities, so those that may not be directly impacted, they should start exercising some of those business continuity plans as well. And I think there needs to be a concerted effort by the government to get the message out. This is a good time for us to use social media as well to try to get people to be a little bit more calm. So the message needs to come across quite strongly, I believe.
Getting the message out is one important thing that we really should follow up clearly also from our industry. I mean, there are so many rumors around, there are so many aspects around, and this has a very, very heavy impact, like Latoya also mentioned, for their industry. We have to keep this up. We have to try to maintain a basic service all over, otherwise the system will collapse. And at the moment, it really faces on rumors and on aspects that are a fact that we transport affected passengers. Yes, that's a fact. We cannot neglect this, but we should deal with this somehow, and still travel and maintaining the system is partial and crucial, that we can have any efforts also with the outlook to the future, to the next months.
And travel advisories are also impacting reporters who aren't able to get to the impacted areas, so the right information is not being disseminated. A lot of the information that is going out to the public is through social media, so as we put out those travel advisories, there's a real need to make sure that the newsrooms have the right information to know when their news reporters are going to be safe, and how can we get the right information disseminated rather than hearsay on social media.
Thank you.
And I think to Tim's point about short and midterm planning, a stakeholder community that needs to be engaged is the technology and telecommunications industries. More remote work could be a possible help in this instance. Technology can be the platform, but in an increasingly mobile-dependent world, we need to make certain that the telecommunications system can hold up to increased demand and pressure.
Yep. Okay.
And I think we're concerned that the varying travel policies are going to allow corporations to apply inconsistently what those policies are, and it's just going to continue to aggravate.
You mean national policies?
Yes.
Okay. So an international approach would be highly desirable for companies that are moving goods. Avril?
Yeah, so I would absolutely agree with the comments that were made by Chris and Jane and Tim in terms of how we would think about this moving forward. I think the other things that I would just add into that is that it seems to me that travel bans, one of the concerns with that is also in relation to not just the economic consequences, but your ability to actually respond effectively to the health issue to begin with. So that clearly has to be a factor that should be addressed in the context of analyzing what the right balance is In addition, I understand my staff has told me that there is concern from the State Department and the White House about instability that would be essentially breaking out potentially in South and Central America as a consequence of this. And that's obviously another issue that we would want to factor into what would be the right balance for travel. But the final thing I'd just say is that in the United States, certainly we have experienced in the past political pressure to basically stop travel when there's panic in the country. And one thing that I think we learned from the Ebola crisis in particular was that stepping out early, communicating as effectively as possible with the public about what it is that you're doing, what informed travel should and should not be, and so on, and but also having a policy and establishing that policy early so that states and others can understand this is how we're supposed to be sort of communicating and working with the federal policy on travel on these issues. And I think internationally you might have a similar scenario in which the World Health Organization, UN, and others are saying this is what we believe to be the best practices for travel. That can be very helpful in trying to manage what the sort of public panic might be in that.
So you would advise a common international approach to this to the extent that that's possible, as opposed to country by country?
Coordinated is what I'd say.
Coordinated, okay. Yes, Adrian, and then we'll go to George.
Just heard from my staff, in fact, we need to differentiate between trade and travel, because what we're seeing now is we're substituting one medical crisis for another medical crisis. We can't get the precursors for our drugs shipped to manufacturing plants to be able to supply other conditions, not just this outbreak. And so we need to think about what is travel. Is it non-essential travel? Is it business travel? I think we have to be clear about are all countries created equal in terms of risk? We need to have real clarity of communication around that if we're going to maintain our medical supplies globally.
And for global business, for your company, where should that communication be coming from?
It should be coming from respected authorities. So it should be coming from CDCs, WHOs, departments of health, and then we should promulgate those as an industry, as we already do through organizations like International SOS, so that we have that risk clearly identified.
So you raised the question of essential versus non-essential. I just would ask the group, what is essential trade and travel? Do we have a common definition or even the beginnings of a definition of what should be essential trade and travel?
Well, it will depend on the context.
WHO, we should
has a
use
list of
WHO's
essential,
list.
essential
For
trade and
medicines.
travel.
Yeah.
For medicines and supplies or for all trade and travel?
No, it's just medicines.
Medicines,
but,
okay.
I think it's the right question.
Okay. I'm sorry, George.
Yes, I've got some information from my side. It looks like some countries already banned travel. And it looks like also in China we have a few hundred cases and also have a dozen death cases. But look at the data so far we collected. Looks like, think about the 2009 pandemic, H1N1, and also Ebola. Of course, it can stop everything. It looks like the numbers would decrease, but you have to balance between the trade, travel, economics, and the social activity, everything together. So, in my opinion, think about H1N1 and Ebola. Maybe risk communication and public understanding of the whole situation is more important than the ban of the traveling and everything. So, this is I would agree with Matthews. Spread the knowledge. Spread the knowledge, to the public by mobiles, all this, accessible device.
Thank you, Sophia. Did you want to comment on that, Sophia?
Yeah,
Brad?
I want to agree with that.
Okay.
And my staff have advised me that basically the level of support for travel restrictions is somewhere between 57 and 90%. Now, we all know politicians will be influenced by the general view in the community, but we can use that in a positive way. The truth of the matter is, if we find ways to retard spread, and if we can work with people, so what we're doing is, one, consistent with meeting their concerns, but we do it in a way that actually meets the science need. And we have done this with Ebola, we've done it with flu. So we've got history here, but we need to do it in an orderly and in science-informed way.
Okay, thanks, Sophia.
Thank you. And just a note that the UN is now concerned that the travel restriction is now impacting countries that have not even reported any cases, and recommends that member states actually follow the WHO guidance, and that means not to implement a travel ban. I think it goes back to the communications point that has been made around the table about the informed travel, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Brad.
Yeah, we've reached a point where travel discussions and bans, whether it's personal or commercial, is affecting supply chain, and there's fear and panic about ships and coming into docks and supply. So it's starting to interrupt supply chain. So we have to just be cautious at this point in the time of the crisis that it's not just about travel, because now it's spreading to supply chain issues, because countries or even companies are saying don't let that ship come into the dock because it's coming from an area that's right. I think so. We can't be siloed in our thinking about it's just travel ban right now. Right. So it's starting to affect a broader part of the crisis.
So for those of you who work in the global supply chain, what kind of strategic interventions are going to be necessary to keep trade and travel going? Are we going to need to have government bailouts of companies, or are companies going to be able to make it through this crisis? For example, Lufthansa or others in your industry, are we going to need subsidies, liability, remediation, countermeasures? What's it going to take to keep Lufthansa flying?
I mean, first of all, it is really that we have open communication, that we try to convince, as Sophia said, governments not to ban each other, especially if it's countries that are not affected. We realized it. I take again the example from the SARS crisis. Hong Kong was heavily affected. We had good communication with the government there, with the CDC, and we could find a way to maintain operation, although it was economically a nightmare, 20% booking figures in the planes for certain periods.
So you're flying planes with 20% bookings?
Yes, but we kept flying. Okay, that time it was one destination. If it's worldwide 20% booking figures, we have to adapt the network. We will not maintain this for several weeks, that's the case. But that's why it's so important. And once again, with Sophia, we have to spread this out clearly. Countries that are not affected should be served on a normal basis. Countries that are affected should be served on an adapted basis, what is necessary, but still should be served. And we need a clear and open communication. Jane mentioned it as well. What is essential, what is non-essential travel, we have to clarify this. Otherwise, if we go down to 20% bookings over a long period, the company will run down. That's a fact.
I should just say on this chart, this is the information that we have, but I think most public health experts presume that there are cases in many more countries. So I think it would be false reassurance to say we can keep flying to this country because there are no cases. We don't know that there are cases, but we believe that there are cases. They haven't been detected yet. Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's really important to have a plan that identifies the dozen or 24 trade and travel sector players that need to get together and agree on how they're going to have a collective business continuity. And it's the sort of thing where you need the leadership of those industries to gather, and they have to come together in a way which perhaps is unusual, but where there should be some government incentive to collectively organize and perhaps help to buffer the crisis with whatever fiscal measures might do that collectively to make it clear that on the imperative for keeping the system moving. But I want to suggest that it's really important that that be done in a pluralistic way rather than a singular effort across all sectors. Because if there's some sense that there's a UN institution that can do all of this, then I worry we're suffering from a delusional disorder on the power of the UN. It's really important to get those industries and their trade associations and an efficient leadership established which is decentralized but has a collective responsibility and accountability. And that needs to be supported by the public leadership.
So government leaders,
yes,
should be behind that. Yes, Latoya.
I agree with that 100%. And looking at your business continuity plans and getting together with industries that subsidize what your company is doing, and using the government as a alternative or another method of understanding what's going on and utilizing their leadership, have it decentralized, because that way no one particular industry is getting more than the next. So that way it leaves everything even across the board.
I see. So industry should be, the travel industry should be broadly part of that
we need
discussion
to be broadly
about
a part
coordinating
of that.
International approach, okay?
Right.
Yeah,
I think we also need to think about the healthcare workers who are traveling to some of these countries. on a normal basis. A lot of these healthcare workers from different hospitals that are going to provide aid on a normal basis for different diseases. Are we now helping them understand how to take care of those patients in those countries? And how do we make sure that we're not causing panic among the hospitals and other healthcare organizations like Doctors Without Borders or various hospitals that have global efforts to ensure that they're not causing panic and pulling their teams away from those countries that may really need them right now?
Okay,
And
Sophia and then Chris. Or Latoya, did you want to jump in?
Jump in on that, and to utilize companies such as ourselves that have a vast healthcare system within our properties. So that's one thing we've done before. We have actually mobilized. We have nurses and nurse practitioners that work around the world for our company, and we can mobilize them and assist in, providing care.
Okay, Sophia.
Thank you. I just wanted to get back to your point about the non-reporting, and in some instances it could come down to capability and capacities of the health sector in the particular country concerned, and I think this is where an organization like the United Nations can be of help by providing framework guidance that others could use, and to help in the deployment of health professionals to those parts of the world that are lacking in the capability. But ultimately, governments have to be capable of asking for help and also to take action in themselves. The UN, I agree with Tim, can be there and in a supportive capacity to coordinate, to assist, but it will run into the question of sovereignty every time. And so governments need to be empowered and capable of helping their citizens.
Thank you. Chris?
Thanks, Tom. 2 points I'd like to make. One is to just second the comments that Adrian and Brad made about the need for us to distinguish between travel and trade, and to really begin to focus, especially given some of the projections of 2 and maybe 20 million cases within 3 months, to really define what is the critical part of the global supply chain infrastructure. We won't have the drugs if we can't move the active pharmaceutical agents from one place to another. We really need to focus on what will it take to keep that global logistics infrastructure running. We've heard already that some workers are not willing to come to work because they're not confident they'll have the personal protective equipment. They need to be prioritized in terms of access to the countermeasures, et cetera. And that, I think the travel issue, we shouldn't use blunt instruments, have bans when bans don't work, make sure people are making informed decisions. If we go to 2 or 20 million cases, people are going to make decisions not to travel. And so we need to really focus on the critical infrastructure necessary to move health commodities, to move fuel to places that are going to require fuel to keep their hospitals running, to keep food moving. There's a whole complex set of issues in a highly interdependent world on supply chains that are just in time. We need to think about how much flex there is in that just-in-time supply chain system and make sure it keeps running. I think it's going to take specificity, and it's going to take knowledge that only the private sector has. The UN can play an important coordinating facilitation role, but the companies know where those commodities are, where they move, how to move them, and that's where a type of public-private collaboration that we have not generally had in these crises needs to be put together pretty quickly.
Very similar to what Tim was saying, I think.
But if I could just follow up on that, I think the complement might be mobilizing the G20 finance ministers. The reason that G20 got together initially was the Asian financial crisis. And it may be that, in fact, that there's a role for them to not only incent the private sector, but then also look what those complementary set of public sector financing measures could be, which would actually lower the bar or make it much more attractive to ride this out into the future in a way that companies are going to be able to get shareholder engagement, et cetera.
Thank you. Eduardo, your business is moving things around the world.
Yes.
What's it going to take to keep it going?
And just to underscore the point that cooperation among supply chain providers or businesses that have huge supply chains can add a lot of efficiency to the whole process and be protective of healthcare workers, to make sure that even the delivery systems workers are also taken care of, using multimodal, right? Air, land, and sea. So there could be a lot of cooperation with the Lufthansas and the UPSs and others throughout the world to really consolidate trade lanes, to make sure that the commodities get to where they need to get to.
Does that happen now? Or is that something that has been imagined already and worked on? Or
No, I think that happens today.
It does.
You know, there is a huge freight forwarder network. You know, we do not land UPS brown tails everywhere in the world, so there are cooperations among companies.
So we could build
and trade
on this.
lanes. Yes.
Okay, Steve.
I think the statement about what would happen even in the absence of any government intervention, travel would decrease. People are not going to, they're going to know what the information is about where disease is and not travel there. I think that there is an important role for government to not make a bad situation worse. And that is largely going to be communicating valid and trusted information about where the problem is so that people can make their own decisions, and that whatever guidance the government, national governments do provide is tailored to what the situation actually is. I think there is a spectrum of interventions all the way from just saying, you know, hey, there's a disease here to something that exists today. If you're pregnant, don't travel to a malarious area. I mean, there are travel guidances in place all the time of that sort.
But let's be clear. People trust less and less what comes from government. They're actually enabling many sources of information, Google, Facebook, the free-to-air media networks, ensuring that they are equipped, companies who will talk to their staff. And we know that very often these days people believe much more something that will come from their company than they will believe something that comes from government. So we have to partner.
I just want to say that we are actually going to get explicitly into communication shortly in a subsequent discussion, so maybe you could hold that thought for one moment. But just in closing, it sounds like there is a kind of a support here at the table for developing some kind of international coordinated approach for identifying the most important trade that's happening in the world, the essential services, for the collaboration between business and governments. Any final comment? Last 30 seconds.
I'd like to make a comment about the security of supply. You know, industries need to take a leading role in making sure that the key providers upstream of commodities for their final products, that there are simple things in place. Like, for example, if going to a factory is a dangerous place, what are we doing in the factories to change that? Are people wearing masks? So there are probably very simple things that industries and trade associations could work on for critical commodities.
Okay, well then we'll leave it there. We have to leave it there for time. Thank you all for your input. Our team, again, will take the board's recommendations and promulgate them widely to decision makers around the world. And this concludes this meeting.
Great, and we will now take a 15-minute break and reconvene the exercise at 10:35. Thank you. Welcome back. Please silence your phones. We now pick up this scenario 3 weeks later at the third meeting of the board on November 29th, 2019.
Thank you all for reconvening at short notice. We need to present to this board a serious new issue related to the economic fallout that is accruing over the pandemic. Let's start by getting the latest numbers and distribution from Dr. Rivers.
The CAPS pandemic continues to grow, with more than 1 million cases and an estimated 73,000 deaths worldwide. These are only estimates because many countries are having trouble keeping up with surveillance and laboratory testing. Our models are showing that with this continued rate of spread, there may be 5.5 million cases and almost 350,000 deaths in 1 month. The 3-month projection is alarming, with potential for over 30 million cases and 3 million deaths. The Americas are still the most severely affected, but there are large outbreaks occurring in many countries across the globe. Countries with limited healthcare infrastructure have seen the highest death rates so far, but healthcare systems in high-income countries are also becoming overwhelmed. Financial markets have tumbled, with all down significantly for the year. Economic disruptions are being felt across the globe.
Thank you, Dr. Rivers. So now let's look at this recent exchange on GNN that focused on the economic and financial crises that are rippling around the world.
The response to the CAPS pandemic is now the most expensive international emergency ever. Political leaders around the globe are faced with many impossible dilemmas, including financial. We have 2 guests today to discuss the bottom line of catastrophic response. First up is economist Dave Gamble. Are we out of money?
The best way to answer that is no, we are not out of money. Yet. But the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
You have been quite vocal about that and generated some controversy along the way.
Well, look, you know me. I try to avoid controversy. But come on, common sense says it shouldn't be controversial to suggest our response should prioritize both lives and livelihoods. Absolutely, we need to save lives. We all know someone who's been affected by caps. But we literally cannot afford a heavy-handed response that suffocates our economy. Pragmatism is a wise choice. I mean, what exactly are the risks and benefits of slowing air travel, of staying home from work, closing schools, disrupting supply chains, interfering with our reliable channels of communication and news? Sure, some of these steps can help slow caps, but often only marginally and with serious costs. When this is all over, some families, some cities will have suffered more from our interventions than from caps.
No question, there is a lot of suffering. Let me welcome Dr. Juan Perez to this discussion. Is Dr. Gamble wrong?
Actually, in a way, we agree. Responders, whether international organizations, governments, or even employers and families, each are weighing risks and benefits. And there is not a one-size-fits-all approach, as there are different appetites for risk. What I will say, in my mind, our response should aim to protect every life we can.
Of course it should be. But let's be frank, letting the global economy slow to a halt puts lives at risk.
Yes, but there does need to be a balance.
Okay, you both agree balance is paramount. Theoretically, that's an easy choice. But leaders are now faced with very real and very tough decisions. Just last week, traditional sources for emergency funding had exceeded their limits. As new mechanisms are being discussed, there is consideration as whether funds should primarily support health emergency response or prop up economies.
Precisely. And we do need these funds sooner rather than later. Funding shortfalls are putting lives at risk and extending this devastating crisis.
Again, we seem to agree. We cannot shortchange the health response, but I suspect we disagree when I suggest that some of these funds are best used to save jobs and critical industries. National leaders certainly have this on top of their minds during the ongoing debates.
Look, I am not an economist or a politician for that matter, but as a physician, I am comfortable saying that our health response to caps cannot afford to wait for an incredibly complex debate about what sounds to me like history's most expensive economic bailout.
Thank you both, and we will be watching and listening for the outcome of these vital discussions. And certainly, the market is eagerly watching for any signs of hope.
Okay, to go deeper on this, Dr. Eric Toner from our team is going to give details about the financial situation.
Thank you. The economic impacts are being felt in all countries. In fact, losses are greater in the wealthier countries despite having fewer cases. This chart shows economic projections for global per capita GDP. If trends continue, preliminary modeling from leading economists suggests there could be an 11% decline in GDP at the one-year mark into the pandemic, and a 25% fall in GDP at the two-year point when after the full effects of the pandemic are felt. There is significant uncertainty about how quickly GDP would recover, but economists fear that the pandemic could push the world into a prolonged period of significantly slower growth. Unlike recessions due to normal business cycles and market forces, a recession caused by a severe pandemic would be unprecedented in the modern age because of the huge loss of both workers and customers. The closest parallel may be the Great Depression, but the anticipated global recession due to the CAPS pandemic could be much deeper, and it could take much longer to recover. There are a number of places where financial resources could be helpful in reducing the economic impact, including public health and medical response, helping national economies, and supporting struggling businesses. But there are a lot of needs, and there's not enough money to go around. Two organizations that provide loans regularly, the World Bank and IMF, would not have enough money to get us out of this crisis. The World Bank and IMF together disperse about $185 billion per year in funds, and they've already distributed a substantial portion of that money in this crisis. Experts estimate that it would take $400 billion just to bolster the overwhelmed healthcare systems in low to middle income countries, and alone just to cope with the pandemic. To put this in perspective, the financial bailouts of Greece, Portugal, and Ireland following the European debt crisis amounted to approximately $350 billion, and that was only 3 countries. Without bailouts for national economies, economic failure in the most desperate countries could lead to collapse of national governments, which could further exacerbate the CAPS pandemic. Of course, funds are still needed to support pandemic response. In addition, there are concerns that if some highly important companies or industries fail, there could be a domino effect that undermines the already faltering economy. Many countries in the greatest need of financial support have historically been labeled as risky investments due to a combination of economic, social, and political instability. They would be at even higher risk of default now. Very rough estimates are that collectively donors, countries, foundations, international organizations may have as much as $100 billion to lend or donate over the coming year in this crisis. The question is, what is the strategy for what should the strategy for the donors be? This will require a huge and unprecedented mobilization of funds from many different sources.
Toner. So the policy question for this board now is, how should financial resources be prioritized? Experts are discussing a number of options. The first option is to direct funds to public health and healthcare systems directly in countries that are struggling to keep those systems functioning in face of the pandemic. Another option would be to use funds for pandemic response to give to companies that are doing work directly related to the response, either in the making of vaccines or pharmaceuticals, medicines, N95 masks, or others directly involved in the response. A third priority would be to direct funds towards stabilizing governments that are beginning to falter in the face of pandemics. And yet another could be to direct funds towards industries or companies that might take down the global economy in some way, in some kind of domino effect, or in some way, companies that are too big to fail. So the question here is, are there nodes that we cannot allow to fail? What is your sense of priorities? We don't have money to pay for all of these urgent problems.
Let me start.
Jane.
We need to be really clear. Unless we bring this pandemic under control, at the end of the day, the question of the economy is redundant. So prioritising what we need to spend, where we need to spend it, to actually get the public health interventions, and that includes the supply chain for PPE and pharmaceuticals, it seems to me is the thing we need to focus on. In truth, and I note the comment that the impact economically on developed countries has been greater than low to middle income countries, that is what has happened previously. This is not unusual. We accept that, and in truth, those developed economies, they do have still a capacity to borrow on the markets, and while some countries are very determined about having surplus budgets, there are times when you dip into your reserves and you sometimes run a deficit. So I don't think we should be prioritising and stepping into the role that domestic governments, particularly where there are competent governments in place, but we certainly should prioritise bringing the pandemic itself under control.
And I agree, and I need to add from our constituency that we need help. We need public funding to be able to expand the capacity of our antiretrovirals. Without that, we cannot meet the demand.
Okay. Other comments? Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, I really think there are two questions here. One is how to find more money, and then how to best allocate that money. And on finding more money, I go back to the suggestion of G20 finance ministers, because I think it's that perspective that's needed to understand where those pools are, both nationally and internationally. David Malpass, the president of the World Bank, makes a big point that there are $15 trillion sitting in zero or negative interest rate settings at the moment. Those who are proprietors of those monies might be interested in using some of them, if it's $500 billion, that's a small portion of them, significant but small, but if that was going to stabilize or have the chance of stabilizing things such that there isn't a massive contraction of the global economy, then that might be a reasonable value proposition to put to that group. Secondly, what are the contingency capabilities of national governments? And this is an area that we found is universally lacking, which is that ability to surge finance. And some countries, because they've been hit multiple times by crises, have developed surge capacity, but many still have no ability for surge capacity. So this would be another one where you could look at national efforts to mobilize resources. Again, as Jane said, borrowing in the near term may buffer in the longer term. And then into the issue of allocation, I think that these are the right things, but I think we have an ability to draw, or would be better informed if we have evidence on where value for money is. Where are the investments that would actually make a difference? Because there is a bit of a problem in these settings, which is people see a gravy train and everybody says they need $1 billion. And then you look at the implementation capability of some of those institutions or what it is they're doing, and is there real evidence to support that those things in fact would be value added? So I think some discipline with respect to where value for money might be got along those various axes would be helpful.
And when you say value, you mean value to what end?
Value
to the ending of the pandemic?
That's right, as one, or sustaining the livelihoods, because you do have, I think this tension is a healthy tension, right? If you neglect the livelihoods, then it's going to come back and exacerbate the health crisis. So you'll have the indirect health crisis, which is what we saw in West Africa, that many more people were affected by the closure of health facilities and the shutdown of the economy and the falling of screens like that.
That's a pandemic, part of the pandemic.
Yes, George.
Yeah, I mean, we already discussed about coordination and centralized efforts. So we think about, the system in China. It's good for the public health, actually. So even a good example for the West African outbreak of 2014 for the Ebola, and also the 2009 pandemic H1N1. So obviously, when you centralize the fund from the government, for example, so in China we very quickly we got enough fund to develop a new kind of vaccine for H1N1. So with 89 days, we got a new vaccine available. I mean, for 2014 effort to West Africa. So I was in the team. So we went there with your, 1.5 months, we made a decision, we went there. So again, for all this, when you are talking about a prioritize the fund, definitely you need a centralized and coordinated effort. Otherwise, the money will disperse somewhere.
So you would envision some kind of centralizing the UN system? Are you thinking?
No, I'm not saying the system, because we are in a risk for pandemic, right? So I'm not seeing the centralized system, centralize the effort. You have to take my word. So at the moment, we want the funds, right? You need the money. So where's the money? So government can supply some money. A lot of, private sectors, some are sitting here, you have some money. But now you need a really coordinated, centralized efforts.
Their comments. Yeah, Toya.
And piggybacking onto what he just said, hotels will be experiencing, crippling losses doing that. And we know that the hotel business in itself makes up 5% of the GDP. And with that being said, we also have to make account for that when we're trying to increase funding and look for extra ways to financially commit to this endeavor that we're on to find a vaccine and to provide resources to, all of our constituents. So.
Thank you. Yeah, comments here.
I think it's important to recognize that this really is an unprecedented situation, and we need to be willing, governments need to be willing to do things that are out of their historical perspective or for the most part, it's really a war footing that we need to be on, and massive mobilization of resources is appropriate to stem the tide of this event.
So when you say things that they haven't been doing in the past, you're talking about financial mobilization.
Correct.
In this case? Okay, Brad?
We shouldn't underestimate the power of entrepreneurship. And 2008, we saw the GDP go down about 6.5%. I'm not trying to mitigate what the crisis is happening here, but we have time, a little bit of time here. And so the power of entrepreneurs coming, right now, most of our personal protection devices are manufactured in just a few countries. They used to be manufactured in a much broader base around the world. That can happen fairly quickly. We're already seeing things move from different parts of the country to different parts of the world now, and we need to escalate that, whether it's through the government's helping with tax breaks or subsidies of that nature to increase manufacturing of those types of products. It can happen quickly. A Marshall-type plan, don't mean to say that exactly, but a Marshall plan that can go into effect can stimulate change very quickly.
Okay, thank you. A couple comments here, and then I'll come back. Yeah.
I fully support Steve, what he said. I mean, this is a new dimension for everybody, and we have to think out of the box, if I'm allowed to say it that easy. We have to use the international measures that we have, like the World Bank and the IMF, but we also have to be ready national to deal with this. And Jane, I agree fully with you. The main focus should be to somehow get this pandemic under control. If we don't progress on this, what is left, after all, honestly to say? And speaking from my industry, I mean, reality, in a situation like this, many of our competitors would have been gone for the time being. They will be on ground. They will not be able to continue business. And also a major group like Lufthansa Group will be heavily affected. And we depend on governmental support now to be ready for a time after this. I mean, we all hope we get through this, and we have to be ready on limited resources to come back in business all around the globe with all our industries.
So are the airline industries, would you consider them in some ways industries that we can't let fail?
Some of them I would support. I mean, otherwise the entire system breaks apart, falls apart. And still in the period where we are in the high pandemic crisis situation, we still need transportation, we still need logistics with other partners, and even for the time after this, there should be a basic service available, otherwise we can't get back.
Eduardo, did you want to comment?
Well, I think I would like to think that we're too big to fail or let fail, but I do believe that you need to keep the supply chains open for the containment and prevention and amelioration. We are not, I believe, at the risk of the travel or hospitality industries, because you still need that backbone for logistics and supply chain.
Levon?
Yeah, so I've got information that this too big to fail is now moving into the financial sector, and reinsurance companies in wherever they are operating might be in risk of bankruptcy. So the question then is, as a regulator or as a central bank, what then do we do? So the question here, I think, is about getting the rest of the financial sector. So it's obvious that the stress test that we have implemented over the years hasn't worked very well, or this is a case which is really beyond what has been expected. So for the ones that are failing, I think you need to step in, because if you don't step in, then what's going to happen is you're probably going to get a systemic failure across the financial institutions. So we need to give confidence to the market. And once the event is over, then to go back and review the models again.
Can I just ask you to say, what is the implication? If the reinsurance companies aren't able to operate, does that worry you?
Yeah, definitely, because this is a global market. So if the one reinsurer falls in one country, what does it mean across the globe that it's occupying in? And one of the issues here is then, does that reinsurer pull back all its funds to the head office?
Okay.
And then the other countries then have an issue.
Avril?
Thanks. So I've been told that some governments have now fallen and that others are teetering, and that there's widespread social unrest, and governments are asking for emergency aid to stabilize their economies. And I think this highlights, from my perspective, there's the existing need for funding that relates to essentially the stabilization of government so that they can continue to provide services, which frankly still contributes to the point that Jane made, which is that we need to prioritize bringing the pandemic under control. And if those governments fail, that will actually make it much harder for us to do that as we're moving forward. I think in addition to that, there's likely to be significant amount of other forms of security unrest, essentially, that can be concerning. And that can come in the form of, terrorist groups or others taking advantage of the situation, but it can also come in the form of, famines because of the fact that there are no longer people who are supposed to be providing food in the chain there because of, disease outbreaks in an area or things along those lines. And so I think there's a need to focus on assistance, humanitarian assistance, other types of assistance that can help to prevent sort of widespread death and destruction in certain areas where we see it and where it's actually going to make it more challenging in particular to address the pandemic as it continues. But there's also the need, from my perspective, to be looking for the next few months. If we still believe that a vaccine is not going to be available for many, many months to come, then we're going to continue to see a trajectory of an expansion of this. And as a consequence, we're going to want to be able to make sure that we actually have the infrastructure in place to deliver the kind of assistance that we need in these different areas across the board so that we can actually continue to manage the situation, not just economically, but political instability and violence that might outbreak as a consequence as well.
Thank you. Yeah, Jane, and then we'll come right around here.
My staff have rightly reminded me that, particularly depending on the kind of finance mechanisms that you put in place, there will be issues for particularly low to middle income countries, concerns based on history about what that implies for those countries going forward. So I think the search for liquidity and the search for financing mechanisms that give people collectively confidence and acknowledging that governments that are unstable or are politically vulnerable will find that even difficult to participate in a conversation. I do think the engagement of finance ministers and the big global mechanisms, but including the private sector and the banks, will be important. When we went through the GFC, it did require a very significant collective effort to maintain liquidity and to actually keep some of our big financial institutions afloat. This would be the same. And if this is the rolling new normal, sometimes delaying spread so you can actually keep confidence in your institutions and keep your economy moving, albeit at a sluggish rate, will be a really important part of the agenda, I think.
Sophia?
Thank you. And just an update that UN leadership has now put out a statement that it views the health and this pandemic as a health and humanitarian crisis. And I note the point that Tim was saying earlier about the healthy tension between lives and livelihood, and that the UN agencies are now calling for the establishment of a pandemic-related trust fund and calling for contributions. I wanted to say that if we're now heading into the situation where governments are falling and you're having political instability, that if you end up then going into the other spectrum of conflict, then that's also going to compound the effects and also much more costly in the response.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. A couple of points to make. I think this is going to take unprecedented effort to raise additional resources, but I think what resources we have to prioritize public health. It's a little bit like first aid. You have to stop the bleeding. A month ago, we predicted there might be another 1 million cases. That came true. If these projections are true, there are 32 million cases in 3 months. The need for governments, industries, companies is going to outstrip any possibility of our mobilizing the resources. We can't keep up with the shape of that curve, so we have to stop this pandemic. And that's where we put our first amount of money. What do we have to do to make sure we're doing everything we can to stop the growth of this pandemic? Then, assuming there's some resources left over, we have to think about who are our critical partners. And the companies that will be our best partners of this are the companies who have been thinking about this ahead of time, who were prepared, who had redundancies and plans for their supply chains. They're going to be our strongest partners. So we are going to have to help work through public-private partnerships to support companies, but not all companies. The ones that are critical to sustaining that global supply chain, keeping commodities, people, food other essential things to sustain the stability that we need to prevent governments from faltering, et cetera. So we're going to need much more specific information, and we're going to need a lot of that information to come from the industry itself.
I think a complicating factor, I think, that goes to advancing understanding in the public marketplace also is impacted by the fact that the investor community is not discerning properly from misinformation and disinformation. And so to your point about public-private, it also is incumbent, I think, to ensure that everybody's advancing genuine understanding of the spread of the epidemic and the efforts being made to mitigate it. Because the investment community needs to be a part of this as well in terms of the role they play in the financial markets.
Tim and then Hasti.
2 points. First, our country directors at the World Bank are sort of reporting in that there's quite a bit of unethical activity with respect to tying emergency loans on a bilateral basis to longer-term conditions related to access to natural resources in low-income countries, which could indeed compromise the economic viability of these countries moving forward. So there is an issue related to making sure that the emergency doesn't facilitate worst practice or unethical practice in terms of financing. Secondly, I think part of what will stimulate the mobilization of resources, not only having a sense of the cost, but what the return on investment would be if we actually made it over this. And so I think one critical piece is we need to project out, recognizing various scenarios of when we're going to get on top of this. The world's population is finite. We know it's doubling, at this rate, exponential. We'll get to global coverage of this soon enough with some sense of cost scenario. And if we could project what a sufficient investment in best buys would get us in terms of minimizing not only the costs going into this, but also the accelerated uptake of the recovery, then I think that would be helpful in getting investor confidence.
Is that something the World Bank could do, this kind of projection, or is that going to require
we do this with incredible scientific accuracy to 0.001%. So yes, it is the sort of thing that the bank could do, and really focusing on projecting to that medium-term set of outcomes where you can begin to look at the ROI.
Hasti.
I think as we talk about prioritization of funding, as someone who worked in a hospital during the Ebola crisis, when so much of the funding for the hospitals go towards combating this specific disease, we can't forget that there are going to be patients that are impacted by other diseases who would have otherwise lived, received the care they needed. They would be in the ICUs that they need to be in. And with those hospitals inundated with these specific patient cases, we can't forget to help them, first and foremost, to be able to stop not just this disease, but all the others that are impacting patients.
Yeah. Other comments? Yeah, Adrian and then Steve.
So I think, first of all, if you think about three broad buckets, perhaps. First of all, we have to accelerate shutting down this current outbreak. The second is we have to prioritize industries that allow us to bounce back. But there's the third piece, which is there's 200 epidemics a year. So how many times can we continue to respond to an outbreak? So how are we prioritizing investments in preventing this from happening again, having a faster emergency response, having better data, having better systems to isolate, quarantine, and control?
Steve?
I think that there's a risk that we assume that our interventions are going to be more effective on the health side than they really will be. So I think there's a need really to be honest with ourselves about what we're able to accomplish. Having said that, I think that prioritizing resources to the health and public health response is going to be very important, and my staff tells me that those resources are running very low. That prioritization is an important element in sustaining the trust of the population in the system that they're living under. And in a lot of ways, that has to be a high priority to try to track that and make sure that public trust doesn't erode any further than it already has.
Yeah, Tim.
Very quickly on this point, I think the financial resource may be most limited by the human resource. And I don't think we've moved far enough, fast enough in recognizing the need for a global surge capacity with respect to multi-purpose workers that could be deployed in this setting that are required, have the competencies and can plug into the system in ways that there's no way existing staff could manage all of the challenges. So I just think that we really need to put some serious thinking about what that surge workforce capacity looks like. What are the set of competencies? Where can they get plugged in and really be additional in a setting like this?
So just to add kind of a focus back on the last question here as well, a number of people have talked about critical nodes or industries that we can't let fail or that are critical to our survival through this or an economic survival. Are there things that we haven't talked about that should be surfaced, nodes that we should?
I think to echo what he said, you look at Marriott International and you think hotels, but they are diversified in many different fields. Many people do not know that we have a whole healthcare team across the world that of nurses, doctors, and nurse practitioners. So when he says mobilization and getting other healthcare providers to jump in to help with the situation, you can use private sector companies that are diversified in many different areas to help utilize and, really get into the groundwork of what needs to be done to get this accomplished.
Okay. Last moment for comments.
Well, I think we should acknowledge that since the start of the pandemic, one of our members has succumbed to the disease. And I note that Dr. Chikwe, who was a very upstanding member of this committee, sadly is not with us today because he is fighting the disease.
Thank you. Yes. So is there any priority that's on this list before we close? Any priority that we have not talked about that you think should be amongst those that should be receiving global priority for donors financing?
Stabilize the faltering government. I want to add one more comment. Like Sophia said, government is falling. We cannot afford a falling government. We got to make sure we need a strong government here. This is with the point we should address.
And I agree with Timothy. We come to a status now where we have to stabilize the resources that we have anyway. If it really falls apart in any sector, we will have resources all around the globe, but how to get them where we want them, how to work them together, how to exchange them, it's beyond borders of companies, of countries in that status that we are right now.
Okay. Final comment, Tim? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Avril?
But something that I mentioned earlier too that's not up there, I think, which is basically ensuring that we actually have on the list of things that would receive funding, infrastructure that would allow for both public and private sector help for humanitarian assistance that would then actually help to provide, to address the challenges that are exacerbating the, the spread of the disease under certain circumstances.
Got it.
Yeah, real quick, it may be inherent in the prop-up of industry, but trade associations should be added to that. There's some really effective trade associations today, HIDA being one of them, that is bringing manufacturers and distributors together. Henry Schein's part of it, BD, Johnson & Johnson, 3M, that are very effective in
coordinating,
in collaboration, and just we should make sure we're enabling and empowering them.
Okay, Tim,
very quickly, it's not just about allocation, it's about accountability. If you get money out quickly, you've got to get accounts in quickly. We still don't have that capacity, and without it, you don't have confidence the money's being well spent.
And can I add one? And that is, notwithstanding the fact that everyone is very stretched, one of the things we always need to do is to learn from the circumstances that we're in. So if we don't use this circumstance to collect data, actually do an analytical sort of check, if you like, which for future circumstances we can then rely on in terms of preparedness, we will also be missing something we should be focused on.
Okay. Chris?
One other area, it's a modest amount of resource in the context, but also one of the things we've been doing since the start of this pandemic is actually increasing some of our focus on the cutting edge science and research and development. This is an unknown pathogen. We live in a period of amazing scientific discovery, that may not have been focused on coronavirus. So we're putting some of our philanthropic resources into cutting-edge research on getting countermeasures faster, trying to accelerate that 1 year to a vaccine, trying to reduce the cost, because even though the numbers don't currently reflect it, given the pattern, we're going to see lots of cases in some very poor countries. And so getting the cost of commodities down, getting additional manufacturing capability, and trying to harness the cutting edge of science and technology to maybe help end this pandemic.
Thanks. And Steve, true last word.
What we're doing here is really a larger version of what we did in the last move, and I would hope that the systems that were put in place to determine how to share the medical resources would be able to operate at this level as well, that they'd be scalable.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you all for this discussion. We'll bring these recommendations forward, and we will close this meeting and reconvene as needed.
Okay, we will now advance 3 weeks to the fourth and final meeting of the Pandemic Emergency Board on December 18th, 2019.
Okay, thank you for reconvening, and let's get an update from Dr. Rivers.
In the last 3 weeks, case numbers have continued to grow exponentially. We now have an estimated 4.2 million cases and 240,000 deaths. Almost every country is now reporting cases, and those who aren't may simply not have the resources to conduct surveillance. We don't see any change in the rate of rapid spread, and models estimate that we could have more than 12 million cases and close to 1 million deaths by mid-January. We're not sure how big this could get, but there's no end in sight. Financial markets are universally down by 15% or more on the year. Fear of a catastrophic pandemic and uncertainty about the capacity for governments to respond and remain viable are fueling investor uncertainty.
We have called this meeting today because of major strategic problems around communication that are happening globally. And here's a media debate that just happened on air today.
Alarming news emerging from social media companies today about the CAPS pandemic. Twitter and Facebook are reporting they've identified and deleted a disturbing number of accounts dedicated to spreading disinformation about the outbreak. For more on this, we go to our correspondent, Catalina Parks.
Chen, these accounts were created by several state-sponsored groups intending to sow political discord, and some individuals are seemingly seeking to gain financial advantages. Violence against healthcare workers and minority populations has been increasing. A recent riot highlights the real danger in these posts. Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the overwhelming amounts of dis and misinformation.
Yeah, I had to take a break from the whole James Holmes thing because there's still more that I have to add in there. I want to get into the Dave Chappelle thing, and I want to make that tie between how they want men to always dress up as women, and that the only time that the Joker ever had red hair was when he was dressed up as a woman. He was dressed up as a nurse. So I don't understand why they're calling him the Joker. I don't understand that because the Joker has green hair, and this guy didn't do anything like the Joker. It doesn't sound like he knows who the Joker was. It doesn't sound like he knows who he is. I mean, there were reports that he didn't know why he was even there. So, you know, just nothing really makes sense. And now they've sealed up all of the prosecutor's case. They pretty much sealed it up so that we can't see. So it gets weirder and weirder.
Manny, and this is Greg from We Are Change East Bay. And tonight on the news, we're going to be talking about several topics today, starting off with the Colorado shooter.
So Christian Bale went to go see the victims, some of the people that were shot. What do you think of that?
Hey, you know what? It shows, I guess, that he has a heart. You know, my
does that mean that
my
everyone that
condolences
didn't
go out
go
to the
see
families?
him?
No, I'm not going to get into that debate, but there, you know, there's people talking smack about it.
About Christian Bale doing it?
Yeah, people going there just, you know, they're saying that celebrities are trying to exploit this. But,
seriously?
You know, those are the crazy people you see on the internet, and you're gonna find trolls that just go out there and try to make noise and start screaming and piss everybody off.
In the words of Bill Clinton,
how dare you? How dare you question the official report, right? So again, you know, back to the shooting topic. There's a lot of speculation that it's not even James Holmes. There's also a lot of talk of multiple shooters,
do you
multiple
think it was
gas
James Holmes?
masks. At this point, I can't say yes, I can't say no. I'll leave it at that.
Seriously?
Yeah,
you don't,
I mean,
you don't know?
my burden of truth is starting to lean more and more towards no, it's not him. But again, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions because we still haven't seen all the evidence behind the case. And with that said, we can't jump to conclusions and automatically say that he's guilty before he's even having the chance to be proven innocent.
That's
because
true.
in the republic that we live in, last time I checked, you're innocent until proven guilty. But the way things operate now, it seems as if you're guilty before proven innocent. So it kind of flipped, and habeas corpus is pretty much out the door.
It's true.
And, you know, Miranda rights, due process, all that stuff. You know, you talk about that, you must be some kind of terrorist with Al-Qaeda. What do you think, you had freedom? You know, what do you think, this is the United States, land of the free, home of the brave? I'm sorry, but your right to an attorney has been revoked. You're now somebody's bitch in the tyrannical government. So, again, apologize for my French use of the word bitch, but that's pretty much what this country is turning into if we continue down this path. So, again, back to the shooting. This is Manny and Greg, Rear Change East Bay News. Just wanted to give you that little quick update, what we thought about it, give you some coverage.
Well, I haven't even told you what I thought about it.
Well, yeah, there's still a few more things that we want to go over here.
And I'm not even sure how you feel about it yet either.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and finish off the show then with this last segment here.
I always, you know, I'm always thinking, how do we get more younger people, you know, to really think about this stuff? Because they're a big target. And I don't know what we're gonna do, but we have to do something because this movement and truth and everything is not gonna, it's not gonna be passed down if we don't pass it down. So that's why I'm trying to write as many books as I can, trying to make as many songs as I can. I got a great opportunity now to make a couple videos for my songs, so just doing that, just getting anything out there to try to reach those younger people. When you talk about the Joker, and you talk about the fact that the Joker has green hair, and anybody to really think that this guy is so whacked out of his mind, he might not even know who the Joker is. You know, but they say that he knew about comic books. Well, if he knew about comic books, then he would know some of the simplest things. The Joker's hair is green.
Yeah, this guy has the hair of the Riddler. I mean, he's walking around like the Riddler.
Well, the only time that you see the Joker's hair being red is when he's dressed as a woman in one scene of one movie, and that's it. You know, but every other time that in the history of the Joker, you know, maybe a couple occasions that I can't recall as a comic book fan myself, but I've never seen the Joker with red hair. So I don't know where that connection is coming from.
Well, there is no connection. The connection was made up of completely actually fake
It must have been purposely
there was
put
no,
there.
There was no...
They had to have said, this is our story.
Well, let's just take a step back. Let's just look at what the story said. They said that he said that he was a Joker. No, that's completely false. He never said that. There is no statement made by the shooter saying that he was the Joker, that he intended to even look like the Joker. That statement was 100% retracted. So, I mean, you know, look it up on the net. There's countless news articles stating this. I mean, don't take my word for this. Source it. Look for it yourself. See if you can find the truth. Again, there's so many inconsistencies with this story. And again, just the way the witnesses reacted, the way the media handled this, the way the police force themselves are reacting. I mean, who do you trust? Trust your instinct. That's what you gotta start. That's where you gotta start.
You know, you're gonna love your government. I mean, are we really gonna take them seriously? Are we really thinking, well, they said, you know, this happened, You know, what are they showing us? Just like you were saying, some of the videos that I haven't seen are of them basically touting the story that the government wants us to know. You know, that fake story that says it was one shooter, and they're so clear and they're so sure. How can you be sure? Within less than 24 hours, you are sure that there was no shooter?
No, but he said
this
truthfully.
Police chief is a joke.
Right,
and
the witnesses,
he needs to go.
the chief,
You
all the
need
people
to
involved.
go.
Again,
because you cannot sit here and tell real people something like that. And all of these people died and there were more wounded, and you're going to sit there and say that you know for a fact, you know there's no proof. There's at least 6 people that are saying that there might have been. Why haven't you investigated that? You
well, no,
know,
they
you
have.
are a
They have,
freaking
but
joke.
but they just said that the witness testimony didn't really
before
matter.
they investigated that, they had come to this conclusion. I don't.
Well, no,
I mean,
of course they
this
came to the
is
conclusion. They came to the
ridiculous.
prescribed conclusion that was given to them by the people involved. I mean, there's nefarious forces at work here. Once you look into the background of this, you see through time and time and again, police forces throughout the United States being manipulated by the CIA.
I mean,
this is not my opinion. This is not my opinion. This is actual, can be proven CIA operations going on within the United States, within our own soil, which is again in violation of the law and the Constitution. We're not supposed to be doing this on our own soil. Staging false flag attacks, Operation Gun Runners, 9/11s.
No, you know what?
Ruby Ridges, Waco, all this stuff.
But even more simpler, I should not have to feel any. I should not feel strange about walking into a movie theater and that something like this might happen, because our government staged it. Because people within our government or people within the local structure stage this thing. And that is the real thing. If this was just some lone nut or just some random thing, okay, you know, shit happens. But that's not what this was. And even worse, it was made to look like that.
Right.
This is our government. And if we're not going to even look there, if we're not going to even think that it might be them, well then, you know, I mean...
Well, who's that? I mean,
you know.
I mean, it's just again, key bono.
I have no words.
Key bono. Follow the money. Who benefits? To whose benefit? Who is the one that benefits here? The tyrannical government that's in power right now are the ones that benefit.
But
again,
shouldn't that always be on the table?
Right.
Shouldn't we always be looking at that?
Well, we've been conditioned and trained not to look at that. Again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but look, the number one suspect here is the power structure, is the people that are in power, are the ones who want to get the UN gun laws in place, the treaty passed. We've had our rights chipped away for the past 100 years with the formation of the Federal Reserve System in 1913. Even prior to that, they were taking our rights.
Probably since way before it was even, you know, made, since that declaration was even formed. It was already a threat. It's a major threat. In a spiritual battle, it's a major threat. But even in a physical battle, I mean, yeah, you know, we have to always be on guard of our rights. We are going to continually lose them. But we can get them back just by paying attention.
Well, it's paying attention and being informed and educated. Don't rely on the news. The person that relies solely on the newspapers is as stupid as the guy that doesn't even know what the hell's going on. I mean, you gotta look through the lines, see through the bullshit. Keep your mind open. Figure things out on your own. Don't let them tell you what the main conclusion is. That's up to you to decide. So again, I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse.
James Holmes is not this all-American kid that we've all been...
Do we even know that it's even him? I mean, there's speculation out there that the person arrested wasn't even James Holmes, and it's actually a double.
Well, I don't believe anybody's going to be able to put a gun in James Holmes' hands inside that theater. Maybe they will be, but I haven't seen any evidence to that, and I don't think there will be any.
Unless the people had x-ray vision and were able to see through a gas mask and positively identified the subject who was shooting up the theater.
Well, okay, after he ran out, then that would be the first where they would identify James Holmes as the actual shooter.
Well, no, he was found in the parking lot and he gave up.
And he gave up.
Yeah.
Then why was there that long blood trail leading away?
That's up to you to decide. I'm not quite sure yet because the details on that are barely coming out. So the original account said that there were multiple shooters and they were looking for 2 suspects. And then it rapidly changed into there's only 1 person and
Did you notice
1
the
suspect.
that he he dropped the weapon right next to the door, right? Then there's a big like armored guard thing, a big shield that he has that he drops next to the theater.
Well, all that
and then
equipment,
there's the big blood trail.
all
and
the
then
equipment,
there's-
all the equipment that you're talking about. I mean, 1 person carrying that in. He had he had a rifle, shotgun, 2 pistols, riot gear. What else? Tear gas canisters, smoke bombs, an arsenal of 6,000 rounds of ammunition, drums that were 100-round drums, and this guy was armed to the teeth. There's no way that 1 person can move that much material into a theater on his own. So there had to have been other people in there. And again, I go back to what the witnesses said early on into the case, where they said that they seen a mysterious gentleman sitting in the front of the theater on a cell phone, letting the alleged gunman in. So
Don't they have cameras though? I mean, they have cameras there. They knew that this was a special theater.
Of course, they had cameras. All modern theaters and modern
Did they have somebody
cineplexes have
monitoring
cameras
those
monitoring
cameras?
their sites.
Was there somebody monitoring those cameras?
Oh, of course there was. So that's the thing. What we
What
need to
did
look
that
for
person
now.
see?
Oh, that's what we need to find out. See, where we're at is a media blackout where, well, you're not going to hear about those cameras in the theater because you're not supposed to. The cameras inside the theater are now under part of the investigation.
But
so
why
can't get out to the public?
Why is there blood that leads down Sable Street, far from where James Holmes's car was, if that is his car, his white car? Why does the blood lead that way, and yet he was found either in his car or next to his car? It seems like it was found in his car, but at the same time, there was a different cop that said that he had somebody with a gas mask, that he was going down.
Well, yeah, that's what the witnesses said. Was that there's 2 gas masks.
Well, one of the cops said that he was on Sable, heading towards this guy with a gas.
My first instinct was total psyop. I mean, my gut told me that. I mean, this is coming on the dawn of the UN weapons ban treaty, where they're trying to ban all small arms throughout the entire planet, where private citizenship, ownership of guns would be pretty much outlawed, and you wouldn't even be able to own anything, not even a flintlock. They talk all this crap about the UN gun treaty's not going to take your guns. I think I'm going to have to call bullshit on that one and say, yeah, it does take away your guns. The small arms treaty is meant to take away all rifles, all pistols, all shotguns, everything. So read it for yourself. I'll just leave it at that. But again, it's very, very mysterious that this quote-unquote massacre happened, weeks before the signing of the treaty by our Lord and Führer, the Messiah, Obama.
Which he'll probably sign it, right?
Yeah, which he'll probably more than likely sign, and if he does, that's the line in the sand, I'm sorry to say.
Can he put it off until people vote?
He could. I mean, right now it's the
this sounds like
political race
Congress
to the finish
might
line
race through Congress at the end of.
Well, to me, this is something that could destroy his career. If he votes this into law, or I'm sorry, if he signs this treaty into law, we're gonna have a lot of pissed off patriots out there, myself included, and things are not gonna look too good. So
I would
we'll
consider
see.
that treading on me.
Actually, that's treasonous. Selling out the country to the United Nations, who is not an elected body, who is not democratic whatsoever. We do not vote. We do not choose who the United Nations chairman is. Last time I checked, when I looked on my ballot, it just said the president
What do
of the
they
United
have to
States.
do with us? They have nothing to do with our Constitution. They have nothing to do with our country. There is no need for us to even be involved in anything like that.
Well, the only reason why we're involved
that
is we
the
have
global government, even in the most mainstream sense. The
Well,
most
no, that is a
mainstream
global government.
people
I mean, that's
need
exactly what that
to
is.
recognize If you don't believe that there's a global government, that is the global government, okay?
Right
and
in
that
your
is
face.
just one very, very small little speck of what the global government truly is. But if you need proof in order to even think that there might be, you know, it's right there. It's right in front of your face.
Nigga, just put it this way: if they have the courage, I guess you can say, the chutzpah, the bravado, the balls,
the idiocy
to traffic in
idiocy.
human slaves.
It is sickness.
And
It
to
is
have,
sickness.
you know, food for oil programs where they traffic humans and, you know, engage in the sex slave trade with DynCorp and other corporations like that. I mean, they'll do whatever. They'll do whatever they need to do in order to get their agenda through. But the thing is, they weren't expecting you. They weren't expecting you out there to expose the BS for what it is, because you know that you're being lied to, and the time is now to speak up. And when you're being lied to, when you just sit there and shut up and continue to take it, well, you're going to keep getting hit. So the more you bend over and take it and get hit, the longer the pain's going to be. So the moment you decide to wake up and understand what the hell's going on and actually take a stand and do something, that's when the world changes. It starts with you in the mirror, looking in the mirror, and taking that first step. So again, you asked me earlier about what I thought about the shooting and the whole Colorado incident. At this point, my final conclusion is that it's probably 90% staged. 10% chance that it was just a random act of violence.
Should we blame Batman? Should we blame Batman?
No, we shouldn't blame Batman. This has all the hallmarks.
Should we be suing Warner Brothers?
No, they have nothing to do with this. This is a complete MK Ultra CIA operation. Has nothing to do with Warner Brothers trying to, you know, brainwash the masses. But they are useful idiots, and they do get used for things like that. Just like the X-Files when they threw in the 9/11 planes crashing into buildings. So, you know, it's at the right timing. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, that kind of distracted me. Sorry, my train of thought here. Well, anyways, you know, again, this shooting has all the hallmarks of MK Ultra, the facial tics, the explanations on his face, him having the amnesia, his family ties in a DARPA, the Presidio of Monterey, the Linguistics Institute, learning the Turkish language, the grandfather learning the Turkish language. All this stuff, the Lieber scandal, it's just, I mean, this conspiracy is insanity. Again, I'm not trying to go off in a conspiracy theory here. I'm trying to investigate conspiracy facts. So don't get the two twisted. They're two different things.
Well, there is no...
But again, this shooting is off the chains.
There's very little facts with this, but yet, you know, our media is playing it off like these are facts.
Well, the media is the judge,
they've
jury, and
already
executioner.
solved it, you know? They haven't solved anything. We're just learning new things. How can we have the same chief say that he is sure that there is only one shooter, but he is not sure that this person had a girlfriend that he broke up with? If he is not sure that this person, James Holmes, had a girlfriend that he recently broke up with, if they're still looking into it, why aren't they looking into a second gunman? Why aren't they looking into a second shooter? Why aren't they looking at the eyewitnesses that said that there was more than one person involved? Possibly, at least taking that it is possible, at least saying that it might be possible that there might have been a second person involved in this killing.
Well, I mean, the witnesses are saying what they're saying, and they're being ignored. So again, you have to look into the earliest accounts of what happened.
But
look at the truth
that
of
is
the
his
matter.
job. This chief has a responsibility to those people.
Well, if it's the chief's responsibility, it's your responsibility out there. You, the viewer, you, the watcher, to call him, get on the phone right now, and demand him to investigate that. If you see a crime that an officer is failing to investigate, you have the right to sue them.
I see that chief covering it up. Because from what it seems like from my point of view, is that chief is covering up the fact that it might be possible that there was a second shooter, that there was two shooters and possibly a third patsy named James Holmes. He's not even looking into these things. What type of chief is this? He's a freaking joke from my point of view. It is a joke.
Yeah,
and
this
there's
whole-
something
the whole-
really wrong.
Every single way the case is being handled is a joke. So again, I urge the viewers out there to look into these claims. You know, don't take my word for this. Don't take Ray's word.
mine.
You know,
For
I'm
sure, just
don't
take
talking.
mine. I'm just some crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
Christian
Talking
man.
on what I've seen. So, you know, the choice is theirs. So again, is there anything else you want to go over before we get closer to the end of the show here?
Well, I mean, we could go into a bunch of different things that don't make sense with this whole case. You know,